Hello, Craig. Hello, GameBot. Welcome to our 100th episode. Meow, 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 meow. Woo!
Yay!
Yeah. Um, we are having our 100th session and celebrating with a bit of a one-shot, two-shot diversion from what we were doing thing. Um, So we are going to a new place, a new time, a new universe. As we are stepping into the Lobsterverse, the AU in which different choices were made, different things happened in history that culminated in very different May Gladleys, fishes, and colliginous deniers. And most significantly, hence the lobsterverse, no Kekino, as there is instead a lobster named Omar. And we come into things in May 1970. It has been a number of years since people have sort of seen Cal in person. She has been off doing her own thing, joining up with her sister in the Church of the Bountiful Harvest, and kind of working within the confines of that religious movement, aka cult. Um, and as she honed her magic, eventually her sister Elise just decided to take a sabbatical of indeterminate length and put Cal in charge of one of the most rapidly growing religious movements in the world. And overnight, Cal had to start to learn to be a miniature Elise as this church devoted to traditional family values, uh, pregnancy and childbirth, life generally, very evangelical. Started spreading across the world, and Cal has now been the head of this church for about 8 years now. Um, has not been able to, or has not really been willing to, sort of pursue her own projects as she has instead been sort of fulfilling the things that Elise has already put in motion. The latest of which has been the expansion across the pond, as the first little chapels of the Church of the Bountiful Harvest have started popping up in Ireland and England and a few on the coast of France. Um, as Callan has become more politically important. She was invited to a number um, of Requiem Ball parties this evening, but was encouraged by a business associate slash former friend, at least former acquaintance, Professor Gladley, to come to what is considered by many to be the most prestigious of the Requiem Ball parties. The original one, in fact, the one in Ireland, held at the mansion of Corval Deuce. Um, while Cal has been somewhat distant from the others, um, Professor May Gladly, um, Sinner Drum, and Fish didn't stray as far from each other as Cal had. Fish having well, maybe. Fish having not really been able to find anything regarding their parentage or connect with their father in any way. Their one source, Kitsune, having disappeared during the Runes arc, possibly died, possibly still in hiding somewhere. Um, Fish has become increasingly obsessed with the idea of finding out what Kitsune meant by Godkin, um, as As Fish has started scouring the world for this information, focusing more and more, leaning more on Gladly's resources, becoming something of a protege, something of an assistant, something of a successor, maybe in a way, of Gladly's empire, more and more involved in her dealings as Fish travels the world with their minion Omar in order to find the secret information in between the cracks of the worlds. Um, and at the center of this web of intrigue is Professor Gladly, having taken in, metabolized, and absorbed slash killed Jonas. Um, Gladly decided to sort of take things for herself, pursue what she wanted rather than what was good for the uh, for the rest of the world, and has been accumulating power and resources and knowledge ever since, growing more and more influential. As Gladly has finally been invited to the Requiem Ball in Ireland. There is a element of work involved in this party, as as someone who is currently nameless, Gladly and her associates, perhaps not choosing to dig deep enough to try and find out who it is, has beef with a young, up and coming bright star, Arcanist Jaw Hanked, an expert in the ancients and ancient technology, who will be being presented and unveiling some new discoveries at the party tonight. Gladly having been hired to, in some way, assumedly through her influence or connections, replace those objects with fakes, or perhaps bribe or convince an expert to claim they are fakes, anything to ruin Hank's reputation. Um, Gladly has instead decided to procure the objects for herself, and perhaps for those others that will help her. Among those, Fish, and perhaps a certain Callie Shepherd, Caligulus Denier. Tonight at the party, these objects will be unveiled. Fish, Gladly, and Mr. Drum ready to execute this heist. One last member potentially to convince as the party starts this evening. We are going to start with Cal as she arrives in her town car, going through the countryside into this mansion. You'd think it was deep in the forest based on how green it is, but really just a fairly short ride outside Dublin. As she sits in the back of this car with her assistant, second in command, associate, Reverend Rousseau, who will be joining her this evening. Although, since Callie is trying to get a little relaxation, a little enjoyment out of this party, is not fully in presentation mode, and thinks it would be better if the two of them kind of mingled separately rather than being a united front for the church that would draw potentially adverse attention. And as the town car pulls up into a line of similar cars, Rousseau is in the back going over the last bits of information about the other people in attendance. And shows to Cal a folder containing Professor Gladly and Associates with a photo taken from far away, sort of over the shoulder of a large man that you may or may not recognize the build of. You see a May that you haven't seen in person in quite a while, someone who does business through the church, some money laundering, does certain things that open certain doors, perhaps legally or illegally for the church, but not someone that you've really hung out with in an interpersonal way in a couple years. And now being presented to you as in a dossier as a, enemy, potential threat, person to look out for at this party. As you approach the entranceway to the party. Yes, Reverend Daughter, as you know, Professor Gladly is planning on being in attendance. We were hoping that perhaps we were thinking maybe we keep our distance in order to avoid association. Perhaps using Dr. Gar as an intermediary. There is still some lingering rumors about the professor that we don't want to taint the reputation of the church with. And what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, once I make the decision to avoid her, she will make the decision to make it her goal to spend the rest of the evening with me. So the limit of what we can do is fairly high, as I think as soon as she senses any attempt to shake her off, she will claw in harder, much like a barn claw.
Okay. Well, if we can't void her meaningfully, do we instead want to sort of put ourselves in her camp, associate with her for the entire night and make it clear to those others that we are in alliance with her?
It's alliance and foes, and you're overthinking everything. We just have to be pleasant and boring. I'm very good at being boring.
Okay. Pleasant and boring. I think I can do that. We will. I will attempt subtlety, Your Grace.
Yes, no, try. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. She will not care too much. Don't overthink it. She'll ask you questions about me, give the most dull answers you can, and then she'll use you to pursue my locations. Should be simple. Don't panic.
And we still want to mingle separately, sort of spread the church's word?
Yes. Nothing intimidates men more like a group of attractive women. Be separate, be dainty and
Of course.
vulnerable.
Of course. As you taught me. Then
everything Cal says is said like she's a good girl.
Yeah, Rousseau is used to it and is just taking that as like a normal tone. Then we should all mingle separately. Remember that you can call me and I will present myself at a moment's notice if you should need any assistance. And as instructed, I have transitioned my necromantic object to this wedding ring so that we may get past security.
Switch hands when you get in. Just remember that.
Of course. Um, then I believe that's Count Monchester getting out in front of us. It looks like we're up, Your Grace. Reginald, pull the car up. All right, allow me to get the door for you. As the car stops in front, Rousseau flits out and opens the car door for you to a party that looks to be, already starting into the swing of things. Um, Callie is used to all sorts of social engagements, grand balls and dances, to small, uh, intimate gatherings with just a few people. Used to the whole, oh, everybody appears on the red carpet and there's an announcer and everything like that, and used to just showing up and people find you when they realize that you're there. This seems to be sort of a mix of the two. It's more casual than a very formal event. There doesn't seem to be any announcer, but you can see that people are dressed very nice. You accurately guessed the appropriate dress code, and um, you are ready to step out as Rousseau takes your hand and helps you out of the car. Please describe anything that you're doing, and especially, what are you wearing?
Yes.
What is
So,
what does Callie Shepard look like?
Callie has really just perfect blonde hair with that like 1970, like late 1960s, early 70s, like blunt bang and totally straight. She's got like that slight kind of poof, nothing too egregious, but just like kind of poof in the back, wearing her hair loose instead of a bun to kind of look younger, more effeminate, etc. Um uh, she is wearing, she hasn't gone, one of the things that she does kind of distinguish herself a little, because it was already sort of her language, is for formal events, she still does tend to wear black if she can get away with it. So she is wearing that, like, that sort of 1970s nightgown kind of aesthetic, which is that, like, flowy kind of goddess cut sleeves that have like a slight cape and a very low V-cut um, dress. I picked out a reference for it, so I'll put it in the chat. And very high heels, but not too high to intimidate the men. Uh, Gorgeous makeup, really nice, classy pink nails, rings, Uh, probably like some like delicate chain just to point to the boobies. She doesn't wear a choker. She doesn't have the choker as her necromantic object here. Yeah, she just looks very, very, very pretty. And until she actually knows that she's going to have to be talking to him, just a bored, slightly snake face look on her face.
Rousseau has taken her stylistic designs from you and is wearing a slightly more modest, a little less attention-getting outfit in the same style, in sort of a peach color, looking very matched but not matching. As she takes her hand, stands you up at the entranceway here, and very kind of naturally floats into a second position, a little bit behind you and to the left as you step up. Um, please give me a perception check as the first one of the party to arrive at this event.
Check what my actual fucking stats are. This will be fun all evening. Okay, that's not too big of a difference. My new Yzma dice just rolled off my shelf. Said absolutely no. Fuck you. You ever roll off my shelf again? No. That's a 13.
Okay. With a 13, you see a house that Rousseau provided you with details about the house, the layout, where the party was going to be set up, or at least has been set up in years past. So you know that even though it looks very kind of modest and unassuming from the front, it goes back a ways, looking like a very like small country manor from this angle. You know that if you could clear the trees and really like look at the floor plan, it is a much larger place than it seems. Across a little stone pathway and up just a few steps are some large old oak doors, slightly cracked open. You can hear conversation, laughing inside, and outside there's a number of people kind of circling on the lawns, chatting. It seems like they already have some food and drinks, and although they are all talking to each other, they're also seemingly keeping an eye on everyone who arrives. So you notice that a lot of them have taken notice of you. Um, with a 13, I think you see a number of people you kind of recognize professionally, people you either have met briefly in passing at previous parties or church functions, or have at least gotten files about, been told about, been warned about in some cases. Um, and with a 13, I think you can see that it does primarily tend towards people who were on the side of the sanctuary during the war. There are definitely some former malevolent followers here at the party as well, although they do seem to be in the minority.
This is gonna be how Cal becomes Hansard Craze Mommy.
Push it. Push it. Do you head into the party?
Yes.
Okay. As you step in and through this little garden path, giving polite nods and very shallow waves to anyone who tries to get your attention, you float past them and into the party itself, where things seem to be in more full swing. How is Fish arriving to the party?
In a limo.
Okay. Is it a limo shared with Gladly, or did you get just a
No.
different limo? Yes.
Here's the thing. They met up beforehand at Professor Gladley's place, and then Fish was like, "Okay, hold on. I'm just going to get my own one because we have to make an entrance that is separate. Like, you understand the importance of this." And she was like, "Yes, of course." And it is
And Fish is like,
white.
also give me your credit card.
Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, didn't ask Maeve for that one. Went to Mr. Drum and was just like, "Give me money, give me money now."
Drum paid for the taxi out of the separate account that is the if Fish asks for money account, obviously kept separate from the main accounts. The PIN numbers and routing numbers of this account change very frequently, so that Fish can never memorize it, but is still a source of a lot of Fish funds, travel funds, research funds, things like that.
And fashion on occasion,
Mm-hmm.
including this jacket, which is a swanky piece that is green snakeskin.
Green snakeskin.
Yep.
All right. You want to go ahead and post that?
Yeah,
post that art in the chat.
Yeah. And they have no visible tattoos. End of sentence.
All right. As this stretch limousine.
Maybe.
Jesus. As this stretch limousine rolls up to the party, very clearly as you're looking around, like, most people are bringing either personal vehicles or, like, if there's someone like Callie or May, bringing, like, nicer town callers that are still, kind of small. You definitely have the biggest, most ostentatious car here as you sit at the end of this stretch limousine, probably entirely by yourself. No other
Yep.
people in this car other than you and the driver. Where is Omar at this point in time?
Omar is unsummoned.
Unsummoned. As you think that his coloring would clash just a little bit with your look.
Just a little bit. If he needs to come out, it's okay. He probably won't.
Yeah.
But Fish is not afraid to bust him out if need be.
Mhm.
And I would like to cast a ritual spell at this time in the last, as we're pulling up to the event space. Fish takes a good 5 minutes to contact other plane, as they do very often. And the question they ask out into the void is this where I need to be? And I shall roll.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll just a straight roll.
There. 7.
Okay, I don't believe a 7 does it. Let me just double check that. Pretty sure it does not. It's an intelligence saving throw, so you do add a little bit to it.
Okay, then we'll adding
+6.
Yeah, it's still not enough though.
Yep, still not enough. As you call out into the void does not answer back.
It really does.
As you reach out to this other being that you've found a way to contact, the latest in the seemingly thin and fragile threads leading you to what and who you are, you think, well, I can get Omar if I need him, but why would I? And you pat a little device that you've manufactured that Omar has been using recently. Just a little small metal cube in your pack.
Yeah, no big deal.
As you get your things together and arrive at the party, the driver, whose name you cannot recall, has hustled out and is trying to open the door for you. As the car stops, what do?
Going straight out and onto the thing like it's a red carpet. Like, no one's clapping. Okay, well, let's just go in and wait for when May shows up, and we'll adjust glasses, reconvene, and get to cracking the place open.
Absolutely. As you step out, perhaps expecting applause, maybe at least attention, you do notice that a lot of people have noticed you, and a few acquaintances catch your eye. You're sort of like, yeah. As you stride up and into this party, just as you see a little swish of black fabric disappear between the doors in front of you.
Whatever. That's a color that people wear.
That's a color that people wear. Since you did have to travel separately, let's go into May Gladly. As Gladly is arriving in her town car driven by a Mr. Drum, I think that Drum is at least silently going over and checking that all the materials and things are in place for the heist tonight. Not calm, not centered, very much just double checking things. Ellie
What about now?
Silent. There we go.
Jesus Christ. Gladly, meanwhile, is sitting in the back and leaning over Drum's shoulder to check her dick in the mirror. Far too close to him, doesn't really care. And says, Drum, is this lipstick too much?
Ma'am, I think it matches your dress perfectly well, as the stylist said.
Well, that's a bit of a cop-out, isn't it, Drum? What do you think of it?
I think that I have not trained as a stylist, and therefore my opinion would be less valuable than the woman you pay an obscene amount of money to style you.
How do you think it would look on your clothes? And then, gladly sits back and just watches and waits. Checking her nails.
You see him stiffen for a minute, and then he holds up a sleeve of you may check.
Gladly laughs and goes, No, don't worry about it. I didn't bring you a spare shirt. You'll have to make that one last. It does match the interior of the car quite nicely, though. How do we feel about this whole party, Drum? Are you quite ready?
I believe that everything is in place, ma'am.
That's exactly what I like to hear. And I would like to think this is the point they pull up. And Gladly just waits for Drum to get out and open the door.
As the car stops and you look out the window, seeing all of these people waiting for the party to start, Drum does not immediately open the door. As he circles the car, you can see him making his very standard perimeter check, making sure everything lies as it should be before opening the car door, as you have trained him, and as he, in a way, has trained you, entirely blocking the door with his body to protect from gunshots, turning around at the last minute to reveal you after you have stepped out and are ready.
Yeah, and Gladly does. She does the really classic, when a woman sweeps both her legs out at the same time, sort of thing, and then doesn't touch his arm, but holds her hand over his forearm in case she needs it, as she straightens.
Yes.
And then takes in the mansion. Does it look very rich?
It give me a... No,
Can I do investigation?
Yes, I'd say do investigation.
That's a 19.
Okay. With a 19, this mansion speaks of tasteful wealth rather than those gauche new wealthy. It's very much not showing off. It's just a fine piece of land with a fine looking house that has been added to over the years, and it clearly speaks of someone with a certain amount of wealth and influence. With a 19, you notice the ways in which the architecture of the newly built wings are molded seamlessly into the architecture of the original building. You know that this wasn't Corval's doing as he purchased this mansion, based on your records. Was it 1860s, something like that. And that was from the previous owner. But yes, just a very tastefully wealthy place. It clashes just a little bit on a 19 investigation with some of the guests who are dressed a little more ostentatious, larger, sort of gaudier jewelry on many wrists and cleavage. Very interesting, bright designs, a lot of sort of bright colors that you know are more aping in fashion styles than at the cutting edge. And that is what you get with a 19.
Cool. Gladly leans into Drum and says, "Oh, I think this is going to be quite the hustle tonight, Drum. I'll need you at your best."
If you say so, ma'am.
And then Gladly is going to sashay towards the entrance. She is wearing effectively what she was wearing in the older art I've done of her. The only difference is that this dress kind of goes in an ombre to black from about the mid-thigh down. It is a shimmering fabric cut on the bias, so it's very, very well fitting and drapey. And appallingly, the top dress is minimal, barely covers her tits. The back is almost completely bare as well, leaving on full display her symbol markings and the black that reaches up to about her mid-upper arm, which she has maybe increased for the vibe.
So she's not having that disguised. She is showing it off to match.
No.
Good.
Yes.
As you lean in to Drum, trying to get his attention to whisper this so that he has to look down at...
You get it! You get it!
He stubbornly keeps his eyes roving over the guest, looking for danger, as you walk up into this party. Now, Cal is the first one through, and she is the first one to run into security inside the house itself. As she steps in through the large doors, there are a number of security forces that are present just inside. You recognize the sort of black armor of Reapers here to protect the mansion during this party. As you step forward, you've been at parties that have security checks before, weapons checks, things like that. It's certainly not common, but it does happen. You could have pretty much guaranteed that one was going to be here because a lot of these people here tried to kill each other in the past. So there is a bag check being conducted by a gentleman and a lady, splitting the genders as they search through personal items, and a very brief sort of over the clothes sense, not even quite a pat down, that seems to be added by some magical implements that have been made. As you enter the room as well, you start to see the foyer of the house, which is one of those kind of grand entrances that goes into a staircase that goes up and splits on the landing into the higher parts of the house, and you see that this seems to be where a lot of the guests that have arrived so far are congregating. Food and booze is already flowing pretty freely, and you can pretty much immediately see some important people here for just a moment before you're stopped by security. How does Callie react to sort of the check and pat down?
Hold on, I'm making a joke. Okay. Very, very casually gives her purse, which is like a tiny little like black cut clutch, and it just has like a lipstick in it. Also, I lied. She doesn't have a necklace. She has a body chain, so she's not too worried about the body chain. The misery cord she has on her thigh might be more of an issue, but it's kind of a thing of being like, if I get caught of it, it's like, what do you expect? A woman to be unarmed in this environment? Absolutely not. So she's just like, I think she is bracing a little because she does not like to be touched still, especially by a complete stranger. So she just like grits her teeth a little bit and tries to gives a closed mouth smile that she's secretly gritting her teeth at.
Excuse me, miss. We'll just have to check you to ensure the safety of the other guests. You're not trying to hide the misery cord at all?
It's on her thigh, so it's hidden by her
Yeah.
dress.
Okay. Then I would say give me what would be a passive stealth check if you are not like actively trying to secret it away somewhere. So that would be your stealth bonus plus 10.
So no roll, right?
Nope, no roll.
16.
16. With a 19, the security woman, you can see as her hand passes over, just kind of hovering just like a little bit above your hip, the stone in her hand flashes orange and then red for just a minute. And that is enough for the Reapers to come a little more alert, and it just sort of stand up slightly straighter, as if waiting for something to happen. Also, I realize I've been saying Reapers. It's Rippers.
Yeah.
Damn American accent. That's what I'm blaming this time. As she says, I'm very sorry, miss. We will need to check any weapons or other dangerous items with our code check. If you would kindly remove this item.
I guess I am assured it is that kind of venue. I assume you are doing this for everyone. I would be very upset to hear that someone else has snuck in a weapon when I am being deprived of mine.
We are very thorough.
She
very important to our host that all of his guests are safe.
she's discreet. She's not too sexy about it. She kneels down to take her misery cord out, which is a dagger, by the way, Ellie. And there is a slightly funny story about it because I told Patrick, I was like, I want to give her a new fun knife, and Patrick was like, yeah, probably a misery cord. And I was like, okay, that sounds ridiculous. And then I went, what does Vespertine have? I need like a nun knife. And then he was like, let me check. It's a misery cord. I'm so good at this.
Mm-hmm. A misery cord, or the blade of mercy, is an incredibly sharp, thin knife that was used to kill downed knights. It already been beaten into submission. Just slip the blade into a visor or in the weak part of the throat to finish them off.
I was
Um,
mishearing it as cord, as in like a cord of something. CORD.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
as Cal is relieved of her knife, a Ripper steps forward with a small box that Cal places it in, and the box is closed, and you can see a little flash of magic as it is sealed. And the Ripper takes it into a side room where you can also see some of the people being relieved of sort of their outer coats and shawls.
Mhm.
And with that, you are allowed into the venue itself. Please enjoy the party.
Yeah, nobody clocked the body turn, right?
Nope.
Cool.
As you come in, give me, I'd say, a religion check.
Oh, so bizarre having that be so low. Well, the god said, I don't care. So that rolled a lot. And even though that's only a +3, it is a 23 with the nat 20.
My goodness.
The nice god say, no, 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 no.
As you step into the party proper and get a look at your surroundings, while Rousseau behind you goes through the same check and is fully cleared as she has removed all of her weapons other than her necromantic object. You think that this is not the kind of party where it would be acceptable for a necromancer to show up in robes, and so any necromancers here would be wearing suits or dresses, probably in black, and you instantly just go, that one, that one, that one, that one. You pick out all the necromancers in the room that you can immediately and obviously see, and you
Solomon
notice.
Wreath being sexy.
You notice Solomon Wreath is like posted up against a wall, like shirt riding up, uh, talking to someone very interested. As as uh, you see a flash of black of a wrist cuff, a ring on a finger, flash of black at the hip. It seems as long as the necromantic objects are not actually weapons, they are allowed to keep their necromantic object. So even if it was identified as such, and you're not sure that it was, then you would have been allowed to keep it. Perhaps a sense of fairness. A lot of these other sorcerers can, shoot lasers out of their hands using their minds. Necromancers having their objects, both a collection of power and a close personal item, usually. Removing that from them seems perhaps a step too far for security and privacy reasons. With that nat 20, you also do recognize that there are a number of people here who either are or were worshippers of the Faceless Ones, or who served in Malevolent's army, either explicitly or implicitly supporting it, politically and financially. You notice these people just from your records and from knowing them by reputation, and you see that some of them do have a small double circle pin on the breast. Very few of them do, and those that do seem to be very socially ostracized, really only chatting with other people also wearing this pin. Seems to be kind of a mark of pride for them that they are publicly displaying their faith, but also the cost of that is everybody hates you because this is the one place where where it is polite to pretend that this is not your religion. And with that nat 20, you don't see any obvious religious iconography in the room or decorations either. Yeah, you instantly know all the necromancers in this room, at least by reputation. You know exactly who they are. You know who you can talk to. Anything you want to focus on, or just mingling?
I think think, she doesn't necessarily want to associate herself too much as a necromancer, and I think maybe sees the black and was like, maybe I should have
I also think
gone.
with a nat 20, in your personal experience, necromancers are the hardest to convert to your religion.
Yeah.
You get a lot of hostility from other necromancers, so it is good to know who they are to avoid them more than to seek them out.
Yeah. No, kind of is like, oh god, maybe I should have worn color. But isn't too pressed about it, but is kind of like, well, those are the spots in the room I will avoid, and also maybe avoid the people that they are talking to. But yeah, I think she'll do a quick look for whoever is super duper famous, just to kind of understand like the hot spots of the room. So she'd be looking for oh fuck, what's his fucking name? Meritorious. Uh Anybody from like I don't know who I'm not sure, I'm sure that the English sanctuary uh grade mage has probably changed a bit, but yeah, she's looking for grand mages, elders, dead men, the party host.
Okay. Then give me a quick perception or insight check to try and get kind of the flows of the room, what people are paying attention to, what people are hanging around.
We'll do insight for 25.
Okay. Insight 25. There are some powerful sort of tides in this room. First thing you see, immediate dead center after you get to security, right standing at the foot of the stairs, is Corval Deuce, who is speaking laughingly with a man you recognize by reputation and look, if not personal knowledge. Dexter Vex, another former dead man, and next to him is seemingly included in a lot of the conversations, and perhaps a little shy, a little not used to being in those close conversations with dead men. A sort of late 20s, early 30s looking gentleman with swept-back hair, looking a little younger, a little unscarred than sort of the warrior compatriots he's standing with, but as um, he is being included in all of these conversations. With a 25, I think you see a number of people coming up to congratulate specifically him, and you think perhaps this is one of the guests of honor, a certain Jaw Hankt. As you look around the rest of the room, you see, not here in the foyer, but in one of the side rooms, which sort of open up into larger, like what may be formal living rooms in the course of things, but like the furniture is kind of like now spaced into like little seating areas. There's a big open area. You can see Meritorious chatting with a number of people. You see a number of other kind of significant figures that people are drawn to. One thing that catches your attention is when a vase breaks and you see Vex and Deuce turn and look at where the noise come from, and you see two kind of middle-sized men like wrestling each other, like pushing against each other. You recognize the monster hunters, Bane and O'Callahan. Yeah, a lot of powerful figures kind of like swirling in this room. Because I know that you're curious, you do not see Skullduggery Pleasant currently in this room at this moment. But there are a lot of other important people here.
The real question is where is Nefarian Serpine? Because Skullduggery is pressed against a wall.
Nefarian Serpine is enjoying himself by running around the mansion at full speed, so that Skullduggery has to constantly be chasing him in an incredibly awkward fashion while trying not to be seen.
He's like, I want a game teleporters. How about you send me across the mansion? It will be so much fun.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, Serpine is not immediately obvious to you, but you do see like Mormona Crow is speaking with some of the necromancers that you recognized earlier. A lot of bigwigs here that you recognize. Um, a lot of bigwigs here that you recognize as politically important. As you sort of take a turn of the room, identifying these people, we will have Fish go through security. Um,
No
as
problem.
Fish approaches, do you think Fish was invited under their name or under Dr. Gar?
Yeah, no, they go everywhere as Dr. Edwin Gar, and being like, "Call me Edgar." But it's just Fish for friends, you know. But like going to an event, yeah, we're Dr.
Yeah.
Gar.
Fish is my nickname for personal friends.
Yes.
Yeah. Then, as you step forward, you notice that the Rippers, especially, are paying extra special attention to you. And while the gentleman who is searching you is perhaps being a little slower and a little more thorough, there is a
Smiles at him.
there is a second sort of checker who has come over and kind of stand in the background with a different device that is also being used. Just a little bit more security around you, as especially they start taking out objects on your person, like this cube of metal, and just really examining it really closely, taking it over to the table, waving a device over it, handing it back to you. Just like really, it seems like your reputation as an artificer and an arcanist, someone who makes magical objects, has preceded you enough at previous parties, events, and minor wars for people to be cautious of what you have on your person.
Yeah, and when the cube is being looked over, they go, "Oh, that's a recent puzzle box kind of thing I've been working on. See if you can open it." Yeah? No? That's alright. Try again on the way out.
Let me do a sleight of hands check for the second security person. Yeah, absolutely. Like you watch them accidentally approach the activation switch, but you're like, they they don't know the code. They don't know how you need to feed magic
Yeah.
into it. No, absolutely nothing at all. And just glide past as they try to kind of like twist and contort it into different ways. There is a very slight click as something turns ever so slightly, and you can see this guy get excited before he remembers he's supposed to be working and sets it down to continue searching you over. Do you have your Derringer on you?
Yes, it's in their boot.
Okay. And you are purposely
And they're
trying to
not-
hide it then?
Yeah, they're not gonna. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, that's where it was." But no, yes, they're trying to hide it this
Okay.
time.
Then give me an active stealth check with the lowest you can get being your passive stealth score, which I believe for you is 11.
15.
15. You have a number of objects on your person for no other reason than because they would fuck with people trying to search you. So there is a number of things for people to focus on that is not your very small, normal look seeming gun. As they do check your boots and entirely miss it as they are focusing on more dangerous seeming objects that you are carrying on your person before you are eventually waved through. Your Derringer unconfiscated, and yeah, you are waved through. I think some of the more odd-looking devices on your person are confiscated, and you're like, those are experiments. They don't even do anything. So
Yeah.
yeah, have at them. I'll get them back later.
Oh, you're taking my coin that only flips onto one of its sides, but it changes what it looks like every time so that you can't tell that it's always the same side, making it functionally useless. Whatever.
Yeah, go nuts, man. And
Stole
yeah,
it from Gove anyway.
yeah, stole it from Goph. Um, uh, as you pass through security sort of unmolested, making sure that this metal cube is back safely and securely in your possession. As you walk into the party proper, see a lot of very pretty looking men and women, just really a who's who of those who can afford to look gorgeous tonight. As you perhaps decide to take a turn of the room, mingle, try the cheese platter, while you wait for Gladly to inevitably make some sort of entrance that you're sure
absolutely.
you'll notice.
And they'll be there to cheer her right on. And now, like, this is for them kind of like a work trip. This is business. But there's no reason to not have fun and to catch the eye of a person if there's time. However, they will not be drinking. They'll like pick up a drink to be like, I'm drinking, but not be drinking it.
All right, absolutely.
Keeping it ready for when May comes in.
Do you want to be just kind of like sort of pretending to be socializing while waiting for May, or do you genuinely want to be like,
No, do it like do an
let's
actual
perception and
socializing.
insight check. Let's socialize. Let's see who's here.
Yeah, okay. Because I was thinking that, like, not to bust out all of everything immediately, but since, like, Commune with City is there, it would be good to, because they're thinking, like, lots of power, whether electrical or magical or whatever means exactly, is going to be focused on the artifacts, capital A. It's like, where is the biggest, like, pulse of power to track down? And then also, like, and who's the most important person who I should make sure I don't make eye contact with? And then there's a third one, but I don't know what the third one should be.
Okay. Socializing and casting Commune with City are a little bit of opposites. Commune with City, you could, like, get a champagne, get some nibbles, and then just kind of like sit on a chair for a minute and just like maybe chat with some people like approaching you who are friendly, but you are kind of focusing internally on the magic. Or
Okay,
you
I'd
can
like
do
to do
like
that.
a circle of the room.
Socialize
Okay.
later, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. You can still give me like a perception check or whatever to like see who's here, but like you wouldn't go up and chat with them yet necessarily.
Sure, I'll take that if you give it to me.
Yep. Perception or insight.
Okay. Nat 1
All right.
for 3.
Very first thing, you look up, you see Corval Deuce, guy who is founding this party, turning away from talking to him, one of your exes. You go, Not that way. Turn to look at another group of people. Another one of your exes.
Oh.
You immediately start focusing on the plate that you picked up, lest you make eye contact with someone you have slept with at this party.
Why are they all here? Even the mortal ones, like how they get here, like they shouldn't be here.
They're all +1s. This version of Fish is very sloppy with revealing magic to mortals, and so Fish was their introduction, and now they're all +1s to other sorcerers.
Isabella's alive in this universe, and it's just there somehow.
Yeah. Their first ever, also immortal, should not be alive anymore.
Yeah.
Her great granddaughter.
They do that though. They're yeah, just being like, oh fuck, well, plate, tell me all about all of the things.
Okay. I will give you the results of
Don't
that.
fuck me, Fish.
Yeah. I am off limits, Fish. I am dishware. As you focus on that, I will give you the results of the commune with City after we have May and Mr. Drum go through security. As Gladly goes to security, I think that while Fish is on the job, Gladly is one planning a heist, and therefore I figure out something about the disposition of the security measures. Focus on that. If you know, or wait until you kind of get to the party proper, maybe get a more full picture. What are you gonna do as you go through security?
She'll wait till she's applying for a full picture. As she goes through security, she hasn't got her, or she has her little clutch, which inside, unless Patrick, you say otherwise, you can see her inventory. There's actually nothing in there, I think, would set off security. So she's just gonna, a lot of smiling, a lot of like artful arching of the back just to really distract security guards from Drum, who I think is probably the one actually carrying dangerous shit.
At this point in time, I think that what they would see in May's clutch is nothing. Maybe some breath mints, maybe extra tampon or something. As May has her purse of holding, and the objects in there are hidden out of sight.
Yeah.
Yes, just an entire string of condoms, like
Yeah.
more than a couple boxes. It's like these are for like the month, and it's like these are for just tonight. You can never be too prepared. I have a tally with several friends. We're trying to check off all the dead men.
Yeah.
It's like a bingo card situation.
One of her new spells is triple-digit orgasms in one period.
Yeah,
of
she's points.
24 hours.
As she goes through, you know that Drum is carrying under his jacket. He has a gun that is intended to be found, a gun that is not intended to be found, and underneath all that, in a at the back of the waist, hidden in such a way by the tailoring of his jacket, is like a sling that is currently empty, but when the time comes is going to be able to hold some replicas being snuck into a vault, some special tools, things like that. Very purposefully, like pushing suspicion on him to other places. As he strides in, he takes security first, so he can mean mug the security guys going through, and yeah, we're gonna see how well he hid these things. Let me make sure Mr. Drum's stats are up.
Can May use up one of her feet to help Drum out?
Which feat is that? Let me
Persuasive
just.
argument.
Persuasive argument. I think yes, absolutely. Remember, you can only use that once.
I know. I mean, we might have a long rest. Who knows?
All right. As Drum comes forward and unbuttons his jacket and opens it to allow searching of him a little bit easier. May goes forward, and as the woman starts searching her, just kind of like leans in a little bit, just really arches the back. Like, are you sure you don't need to? It's pretty deep in there if you got to go.
I'm going
And
to hold it against you, darling.
give me a, I'd say it's a persuasion or deception, as you're kind of like trying to draw attention to yourself. Give me one of those with advantage, and we'll see how much you help Mr. Drum.
That is a 22. And let's say deception, because she's adjacent to performing.
Mm-hmm. Very well. With that, let me just roll this to double check. Yeah. Okay. As you sort of cause this woman searching you to become a little bit flustered as she tries to like maintain professionality, and you're like, look, these metal clasps are dangerous. It's like that's holding your top together. No, you've got to check them.
You sure you want me to take them off? Fucking unclasp them.
as you are doing that, you look over and you see that while the Rippers are not distracted, the guy searching Drum is. And you see that as he's searching Drum and kind of like looking over at you, you see Drum very subtly pull out a handgun and shift it over to the other side that's already been searched. And Drum, with a modified with May's help 22 versus a 5 search check, gets through with both guns and everything else.
They're not ready for us. We're too much.
And as you make it through security, you enter the room itself, the party itself, ready to get started. Does May have any kind of like coat or wrap or anything like that? Something she wants to shed?
Sure. Let's say she's got a similar fur shawl to what Canon May has at the moment. You know what I think she does? Remind me, would she be at the top of the staircase or the bottom?
You go up like essentially a landing stoop into this foyer,
Okay.
and then you're in this foyer at the bottom of the stairs leading up.
Okay. May is going to like really take her time walking up those stairs, and when she gets to the top, assuming that Drum is behind her, she just lets the shawl her.
There is a little serving gentleman who comes forward and says, "Oh, miss, may I take your shawl?" And you just ignore him and walk past up the stairs. You hear Drum growl behind you. "No, you may not." As he follows up behind her, as she dramatically, kind of drawing the eye of the whole room, goes, "Grandmama, it's me, Anastasia."
That's exactly what I was thinking.
As you go up the stairs, and you're kind of like, okay, don't be at the top of the stairs or the landing. Be like 3/4 of the way up. That'll catch him by surprise, because it's not a natural stopping point. You can see that Drum has already read your intentions and is just very easily able to like grab it and collect it out of the air, fold it nicely under the arm and go and put it away. You see that as he leaves your side for just a moment, as he puts this coat away, doesn't give it to like the coat check attendant, goes
No, no.
into the coat room to hang it himself.
Mhm.
You see
Sniffs
that.
it.
Exactly.
Sniffs
I was
it,
also about to
looking.
say, yeah.
Sniffs
Her
the
perfume
armpit.
is good tonight.
As this combination of you climbing up the stairs, like in front of everybody, like there are a couple people like on the stairs, kind of like going up and down. Most people are down below. You dramatically step up, throw off the shawl, and then a big man stomps down the stairs away from you. All eyes, pretty much, in this part of the room are on May Gladly in this moment.
Yeah, good. And then she'll really lazily continue up the stairs and then turn around and take the. And at this point, I think she'll do the security check.
Okay. As you get to kind of the top landing there and are able to see both the upstairs and the downstairs, we will do a check. Are you looking for specifically magical security, or are you looking for more physical security?
I think she'd be looking for both, like more of a general taking it in. Could
Okay.
I argue for investigation?
Yeah, investigation then as a general taking it in.
Yeah.
While
Very
we're having a
nice.
roll break, I want to say that Fish looks up from the plate and goes, "Oh, there she is."
Love the dress. That's a 25.
Okay.
Turns the plate. Yeah, you see? You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you
Yeah.
could be, plate.
We'll make a glory hole out of you yet.
as you kind of take in the room, you can see that like there is definitely a concentration of security at the entrance. You can see that while there are rippers throughout, there's a lot of like there's one placed at like the end of every hallway. You remember seeing a lot kind of like pursuing the grounds outside, things like that. There is a mix of rippers and kind of more normal hired security. You know, rippers are the big leagues, but they're also expensive, so you want to use them, you know, tactically to a certain extent. The front entrance is pretty much all rippers. Clearly
Okay.
there to impress as well as be like, you know, the main excursion point. You see that if you had not been paying attention, you would think, wow, security is really tight. You instead see that security is very tight at the entrance and a couple of key places, and everywhere else a little bit lighter. You immediately notice, not really trying to be hidden, other than just to the casual observer, you know, kind of like worked into the scroll work among the crown molding and stuff. You see like very standard alarm, security sigils, and symbol magic about kind of breaking the barrier of the house, you know, opening windows or going through windows, coming in and out of the doors, things like that. With a 25, you see most of it is inactive because this is a party. You can't be having the alarm going off when somebody like opens a window and sticks their head out for fresh air or something like that. But you can see these kind of like layers of security that can be turned on. As you, as the last thing on that 25, as you're looking around, you do see that there are a couple of what you would think of as guests, but are not anyone you recognize. And if you this is a very important party, so people you don't recognize are either like personal friends of people you would recognize, or just you don't know their faces, but you would know their names. You realize there's a couple of people that are like that, where you fully don't recognize them and are kind of moving through the crowd in an odd way, not necessarily talking to everybody. You think there are perhaps, whether they are rippers or a different type of security, like plain clothes security
Okay.
disguised as guests. And they seem to be moving off to one side, kind of congregating towards one of the ballrooms.
Okay. Gladly is next going to look for her clever carp, and then secondarily Sanctimonious Shepherd.
Cal goes,
As
lose my number!
stop calling me. um, I swear to God, Gladly, if you send me one more pictures of your tits saying, "Do these look okay?" I am going to throw my phone in the river. um,
It's still the 70s. We don't have phones. She sends printed out photos.
Hand drawn.
mailers.
Signed.
Facts.
As
No, she goes up to a fax machine and goes,
Cleric, I need your healing expertise. Does this spot look okay to you? You just get like a really grainy fax of bare chest. As Fish has been focusing on this magic, you get the info from Commune with City. None of that is like explicitly, like security measures or flows of magical power.
Well, that's
But
not my job.
But I think that because that is what you said you were focusing on, that is what I'm going to give you. You instead of focusing on kind of like the grounds, the area around, you're very hyper focused on just this building, just this house, and the areas around it. You immediately know that off to your right hand side, which kind of seems to be opening into like a ballroom, like meeting area, some big, like more open space. You notice a lot of electrical and magical power focused in that direction. And in the closer area, there is an amount of magical power, like really actively moving, something that's clearly on. And beyond that, a mixture of magical power that is not flowing, that is very stationary, and some of it that is off. And it's just a little bit farther away, but there's a concentration of it. You get the sense, feeling almost like the house itself is speaking to you. There's subtle creaks of people walking in their high heels, communicating to you how it was made and when and its history. You think off to one side is perhaps a gallery of some sort, a meeting area where things may be on display, and beyond that is a private study, apartments, work area, something like that, a private space, and in there, a vault.
Very nice. We will be taking May there ASAP once we meet up with her.
Okay. As Cal has been circulating, occasionally seeing Rousseau stepping up to a few other people of your acquaintance before starting in on the strangers or people you haven't spoken to in a while. You see May gladly ascend these stairs behind some of these important people. You see Deuce and Vex kind of looking up at her, walking past them up the stairs. Deuce looking like, what the hell? And Vex being like, ha, that's funny. As you know, all eyes kind of like focus on Gladly for a moment. I think with your insight, you realize you could use this moment to like check on who's really paying attention to May and who isn't. Or you could try and learn something about kind of like how Gladly is and is doing.
Cal's like, am I ready for this? I wanted to at least talk to a human being before I had to deal with this. I think she is. So you said it was either how much attention people are paying to Gladly
You can
slash.
everybody is like looking at, even if they don't know who she is, this woman who's just like doing a dramatic scenelit on the stairs. And you can use this opportunity to kind of be like, well, nobody's watching me. I can look around and see, what people are doing. Maybe if someone's not paying attention to her, it means they're like a security person or they're doing something else or something like that. You can like use kind of the distraction, or you can also focus on Gladly and be like, what's up with Gladly? Is she doing this on purpose? Is she trying to distract from something? Like something about her specifically.
Not that one. Cal will use the distraction. She's sure just gonna figure out Gladys' whole fucking deal when she's. Even if she tried to hide in the bathroom for the rest of the night, she'd hear a knock on her stall door and be like, I saw you were hiding in here. Hello. Are you having your necromancer period? Alright, what would I roll?
I would say if you are trying to focus on Gladly, that would also be insight.
Oh no, use the distraction to
To
focus
focus
on
on
the
the
rest
room?
people. She'll
Okay.
again, trying to spend a gladly-less evening for as long as she can.
Absolutely. That would be insight, investigation, or perception.
See, the problem is I have to scooch so close to my dice to be able to actually fucking read it, and often have to try and
That's
turn
okay.
it without
That's
changing
okay. We get to see your face more.
it.
It's great.
Like this. Yeah, we'll say that was a 3. Okay, that's a 12.
Okay.
Insight.
For insight, with a 12, you notice that there are a couple of people who kind of like body language wise looked like they were in conversation with somebody, but you realize weren't actually like talking to anyone, just kind of like turning and moving away as Gladly is going up the stairs, going into this right hand hallway. You think maybe those people are up to something or are security people or something like that. They're clearly like on a mission that are not being distracted by Gladly. You also, with a 13, see that over in kind of the other room along the other side, Meritorious is kind of like peeking out and seeing Gladly up there, and very obviously like rolls his eyes at somebody before turning around and going back into that room. You can see a certain amount of like people are being their attention is being arrested by Gladly. That is not the same as being liked.
Cal's like,
As
bitch, me too.
yeah, wish that were me. Don't perceive me. Um, as that's kind of the general sense you get. You do notice. You do notice a couple of other people not really paying attention to Gladly, maybe personal preference or being focused on something else. Some people are like seemingly really deep in an important conversation that kind of like really stands out to you when everybody else has broken off their conversation to look at this, and maybe those people are worth you know maybe those people are bad people to approach with a message of conversion because they're clearly doing something. But maybe being part of an important conversation would keep Gladly from finding you. So
Yeah, Cal's debating that versus I go to talk to Corval Deuce, and Gladly is like, hello, I have no decorum.
that is always a risk.
She decides to kind of, I think, cut in the between and finds like a little like hidey hole, like a blind spot, like so if she's hunting down the stairs, she's in the like a little like in the
He's in the
stairwell where
nook where you
somebody
can like see the feet through the banister, but can't make eye
where it's
contact.
like
Yeah.
anybody on the ground floor is going to see her very easily, but anybody hunting down the stairs would only be able to see her if she was they were like
Okay. Then with
she's gonna run into Serpine and he's gonna be like, who are you avoiding? Professor Gladly. Huh, Skullduggery Pleasant. Cheers.
Then with Gladly at the top of the stairs, looking out for her peeps, give me a perception check.
Funnily enough, Gladly's perception is actually really shit in this
Yep.
universe.
She does not care
Need
about people that are not
glasses.
her.
Yeah, that's why her investigation says so. That is, God, what is it? A 3.
Okay.
She's too busy looking at who's like still looking at her. She's like, oh,
Yes.
hi.
I think that even though Fish is kind of like in the open enough, in the open enough area that you would normally see them, you are too distracted by taking note of who is not looking at you in this moment to really find your people as Mr. Drum returns to your side, and a Corval Deuce kind of steps away from the crowd and starts walking up the stairs, not towards you, but towards like the landing, as he goes, all right, quiet down. Welcome everyone to our party, the fourth Requiem Ball, celebrating the end of this war. Truce that brought the magical world back together, and day of partying, day of drinking, day of kicking Mevlin's ass. You can see some people are like, yeah, a bunch of people, other people really pissed off. Yeah, no, that happened as well. So whether you are friends or friends of friends or acquaintances of dubious reputation, put your hands together for a guest this evening, Mr. Jaw Hankt. Yes, up, get up. Um, this young man represents our best and brightest, the advances we've started making over the last 10 years as we recover from the horrors of war and start to build our people back up. Tell us about your work. Yes. Well, I study the ancients, and I feel like we are very close to cracking some of their lost technology. In the dig that I made some very interesting discoverings for artifacts from the ancients that we believe may still work. And so, with proper care, we may see an introduction of some of our lost magical sciences. And the artifacts are on display just in the gallery down the hallway. That's right. It is down in the gallery with the rest of my collection, and we're only going to keep it out for about an hour. So get your views in before they put them away. And yes, drink, be merry. I'm not paying for the food or wine, so have your fill, and let's boogie down. As his cheers kind of goes to like a confused like, oh, are we? Yeah, yeah. As the party starts in earnest, and he steps down to join the crowd. Arcanist Hank is kind of like left alone at the landing, like maybe slightly confused as to where he's supposed to go or what he's supposed to do. So May can choose to head past him on the way back down the stairs, if she would like.
So remind me what's ahead through the other door that May is now looking at, like the second lot of security. What's through there?
So you are looking out at the landing. This upper floor seems to be a lot of private rooms, some bedrooms, like a little library. You see, there's a lot of people like coming and going in here. You think this would be a good place for like secret meetings, handoffs, private conversations. The downstairs area is big and open and public. To one side is sort of a gathering room. You can hear the band coming from that direction, so there may be like a ballroom, some dancing happening on that side. The other side is where Hank gestured to as the gallery, where his things were on display, and that's also the direction you see the like plainclothes security has been congregating, is in that way. And unbeknownst to you, the same direction that Fish has experienced a bunch of magical energy.
But she'd have to go down the stairs to get there, wouldn't she?
Yes, she needs to. She came up the stairs just to dramatically throw off her robe, and now she needs to mince back down the stairs in order to do anything else, unless she is going to try to like sneak around to a back staircase or something like that.
I think she's going to wait until no one's looking up there again because she doesn't want to look silly. That's the trade-off she makes for this behavior. And I think she'll pass that time by approaching Jaw. And
Fish also does, so like they're doing a fucking pincer movement.
Yeah, as like May like comes forward, she makes eye contact with Fish and is like
Yep. We're getting his ass.
And is going to really like hold out her hand and say, Arcanist Hank, it's such a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, it's quite a pleasure. It's quite a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you look familiar to me.
I suppose we might have crossed paths before. I'm also an aficionado of ancient technology and science. Professor Gladley at your service.
Oh, he does kind of like a courtly bow, like kissing the air over her hand.
Over his head, Gladly looks at Fish and is like,
Yeah, this is when Fish comes in and doing like the hands behind the back and just like being a fucking snake about it. I didn't even do the snake imagery on purpose, but that's what we're going for now. And they come in and go like, "Hey, Jolly, it's been a while."
Oh, Fish, what a surprise! Sorry, do you mind if I just say hello really quick? I am a big fan of your work, Professor Gladly. Fish, what are you doing
partners.
here?
We work together.
Gladly kind of like drapes herself over Fish and toys with a lock of the hair and is like, yes, we've worked together for many years.
Like an album cover, frankly.
Exactly, yeah. And behind them both, Drum looking very unhappy.
Yeah. Drum is doing that thing where like he's watching to make sure nothing bad happens, but he's not like making eye contact with anybody. He's not even directly looking at Jaw. Just kind of like,
yeah.
1,000-yard stare.
He didn't even die in this one, but he's more traumatized.
Yeah. As Hank says, I didn't realize. Well, it is good to see. Fish, you were pursuing some magical things with
Always.
Goof, I think. It's good to see you continued that under the tutelage of Professor Gladly.
Absolutely, yeah. It turns out I'm really good at it. Like, honestly, I mean, I'm good at a lot of things, and frankly, in another life, it could have been me up there being showing off as the cool arcanist. But no, my interests lie elsewhere. The collection, though, so cool. Can't wait to see it.
Yes, of course. I could give you a tour if you
You would?
if you want.
Fish, isn't that fantastic?
I think it is. Oh, would you, Joel? That would be so great. We would love that.
Yes, of course. Anything for Professor Gladly. I followed much of your work and the work of your parents as well quite a long time ago, and anything for.
Oh, they're old news. Like, come on, but like May. Oh, she's fantastic. May, you're so brilliant. You're so good at what you do. Oh, don't tell me. I'll do it.
Gladly is going to do an insight to see which, if either of them, Jaw is perhaps the most like awooga about. Just because,
Yep.
Jaw is really arrested by Gladly's prowess doesn't mean that Gladly has the best chance of
It's Sinner.
as it were. It's a 15.
Okay. Jaw is gay, so yes, absolutely noticed Sinner and was like, ooh, a nice piece of meat right there.
Yep.
But you can tell is kind of like professionally likes, but is also intimidated by May to a certain extent. There is this definite yeah, you were an expert in this field, and then you kind of like disappeared for a little bit, and then you pop up every once in a while, and you sometimes have a really bad reputation, and I don't know what to make of that. Definitely kind of like a wariness when speaking to Gladly that is not necessarily present when talking to Fish. Fish may be more like kind of a friend, being a fellow protege for however short of a time, one lesson of Arcanist Goph. Which Arcaniscope is no longer with us, so there may be a bit of lingering affection for.
I want to take this time to specifically point out that Fish is using Goph's affectionate nickname for Jaw.
Yep.
They've stolen that.
Yep.
That's theirs now.
Mm-hmm. A bit of affection for Fish, a bit of warmth of like at least an imagined connection as you both remembering this person.
Okay, in that case, I think that Gladly and Fish know each other well enough, especially in this sort of context, and how to work around each other, that as they follow Jaw down the stairs, all Gladly has to do is like look at Fish and then like back to Jaw to be like, you take point on this.
I gotcha.
She's going to resume looking for a shepherd in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fish wanted to go to see the gallery anyway, so genuinely it is like tell me all about the fucking things, and I'll just stand very close to you while it happens.
John takes off, he's clearly trying to go to the gallery, but is something of a guest of honor, so people keep kind of like stopping and chatting with him for a brief moment before he kind of like moves on, trying to get you to the gallery. Mm-hmm. You are introduced to a couple of people you don't know who came to talk to Jaw, but you are kind of like making your way there as he's telling you a little bit about the kind of like his career since no longer being with Goph, and kind of like what happened to him. Catching up on old times in a way. What have you been up to? Things like that. Very friendly chatter, but nothing that's entirely like. And this is my new magic stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mr. Drum comes up and gives an elbow to Professor Gladly as she finishes descending the stairs in a more sedate and controlled way. Then she ascended them, looking around for a Reverend Shepherd. Cal, give me a stealth check.
Just hit against the wall.
We end up being a 3-parter one-shot because Cal just rolls
Nothing's
too well on the
hiding.
stealth.
Yeah.
Again, she and Surfine are just hanging out, having a good time. I was like trying to figure out what this roll was, and I was like, is it a 10 or a 20? I don't want it to be a 20. We're gonna say it's a 10. But that'll
Okay.
still be a 16.
Do I have to double check your dice for readability?
I don't know. Do you?
Do you want me to come look at what you're looking at right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so here's the problem. When it rolls away from me, and like it's very difficult to like pick it up and still see what it was sit at. And so like that's what I'm struggling with. So maybe come in here and just tell me how I should roll it.
I understand.
Hello. So I've been rolling it like I'm trying to use this as like a stopper maybe. But yeah, I've been like rolling it like this.
A dice tray.
And then like I'm like, okay, now I need to like scooch this
Yeah,
back
that's-
and roll it.
that's-
That's a 14.
Yeah, that was a 14.
Okay.
One other way you can do it is kind of like spinning it like a top, because then it's more likely to kind of like stop right in the way. I just rolled a nat 20 in that example, which is fun. That way it doesn't like go anywhere. You don't have to worry about it like hitting things.
Can I do you have an extra dice tower? Can I borrow your dice tower? That might be better.
Dice tray that I made for you, custom.
I think it's under my bed.
You could be using this whole time.
I haven't used it in a while. It's hot in here. I turn the engine on. Whatever.
I think they are perfectly readable. But I gave her some tips. And she's going to try and find the dice tray I made her that she doesn't ever use, because that would be useful.
We were eavesdropping, don't worry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have the whole thing.
You were eavespeeping, that's okay. Hold on, let's give her another minute to search.
I'm not gonna like fully undo
Let's just watch. Let's just watch her.
my piles under my bed, unfortunately. Maybe I'll just find a box.
You want to borrow a box from me?
I mean, sure.
I could use another thing you gave me. I could use the wax melt set.
Yeah, if you want to dump all that shit out, yeah.
There you go.
Then you'll feel special.
What a beautiful anniversary.
Yeah, fighting.
We're not fighting. That won't work. Whatever. Anyway, we're rolled to 16.
Okay, you rolled a 16.
Crum's got eagle eyes. Like an owl. He sees, like, he can spot Cal from fucking 3 miles.
He's
It's the
like,
blonde hair.
I'm sorry.
she says she's gonna hunt me for sport if I don't bring her back to you. Bring you back to her, I mean.
I'm sorry, little lady.
With a 16, I believe beating May's passive perception, you are able to slip out into the other hallway. You're just sort of like nodding politely at people making eye contact with you and hustling along, so you kind of like break line of sight before Gladly can find you. And
I will say, I don't want to run forever. I don't want this to become a split the party thing. So Cal's like winding down. Like she's like, if I approach this in my own terms, it's empowering.
As you kind of scamper off, you catch the attention of Morwenna Crow, who is, as you notice, very, very necromancer, a very important necromancer of being like, has a little court of people like getting her attention and talking to her, did choose like the most out of the way corner of the room and does look mildly annoyed that people followed her to talk shop. But as you kind of like spin the corner, you kind of like run into the crowd of people talking to her really fast, and you see her look up and make eye contact with you for just a moment.
Cal, actually, you know what? I think instinctively she goes back to it, even though it's not appropriate for 1970s. Does a very short, abbreviated curtsy and goes, Elder Crow.
Reverend Mother, I believe your title is now.
Reverend Daughter. Reverend Mother would be my sister.
That's the one. She gives you a little nod and says, come and join us. We're talking about religious freedom in this isle.
I couldn't imagine the conversation I would be better suited for.
You can see that like the other people talking to her are like not maybe comfortable with you, but she is like inviting you in.
Yeah, she's like, cool. Once I'm done with this torture, I'll gladly welcome, gladly. So she'll just shimmy in just at Morwenna's elbow.
As one of the newest religions that are gracing our fair cities and sanctuaries, what do you think about how welcoming sorcerers are to new religions?
Well, I am perhaps on the younger side of especially the veterans we have here tonight, but I think we grow tired doing the same thing, and there is that urge to modernize, especially as the mortals are ever-changing, and I think having these new religions allow people to metamorphosize and also connect to our greater culture and maybe feel more useful in any sort of religion that can commingle or depend on the mortals in any way.
That is an interesting perspective, Reverend Daughter. You know, in the mortal religions, they're just dealing with changing their language from Latin into something more modern. Seems everybody's modernizing, but I think with modernization, we also have to pay attention to the danger posed by certain religious groups. Religion is very powerful, can inspire people to do some perhaps otherwise unthinkable things. You do notice that like a couple of people in this conversation are wearing faceless pins. What are your thoughts on religious freedom versus the danger it can pose?
People will do unthinkable things if they want to use their religion as an excuse that might make them feel better or help them find other extremists. But I cannot think of anything really currently being practiced. Obviously, we have the death, some of those in death god cults and the chaotic gods of the old. I can't think of any currently widely spread practice religions where the doctrine includes unspeakable things. If somebody chooses to do something unspeakable, they may pretend that religion was fine, but that's not necessarily true.
That's an interesting perspective. Then what do you propose is the way to keep these instincts for harm in check? Perhaps a openness to new members, or perhaps a way of being audited by authority figures outside the religious community.
Perhaps some combination of both, but I go back to modernization. If every member of your religious organization is 300 years old, or the son of the son of the son of the son, then there is no new ideas coming in. There is no joy for the positive aspects of the religion. There is no breath of fresh air. It just becomes some important lord or sorcerer who insists on this being what everyone should follow out and no challenge of it. I think we end up being so... I mean, I was in... I don't know if you're familiar with the sect, the temple in Arlak. That was my upbringing.
And all of the issues with what was it, Abbot's tinnitus and that sort of fallout.
Child has a war flashbacks in her eyes. Like, hasn't heard that fucking name in like 6 years, and I was like,
Dead and gone, of course, but the scars never fully heal.
Well, for my sister and I, it awoken a rebellion in us. We pursued the Church of the Bountiful Harvest as a break up from that upbringing. I think anything encouraging ways of looking at things differently and bringing in new people and finding things to make sense of maybe the cooler upbringings. Both Elysium and I bring in the teachings we learned from Abbot Tindus into the Church of the Bountiful Harvest, just in a way that's a little more palatable, I'd say.
Well, at least we saw some good works in the faith coming out of that temple and that man. And well, the Bountiful Harvest is not perhaps everyone's idea of necromancy. Perhaps there is some union of thought we can find.
Always open to open discussions.
Very well, Reverend Daughter. Please enjoy the party, and I hope that you'll be able to circle around to me again.
Yes, thank you.
Give me an insight check.
Also, Patrick, I understand Mooney has no experience with religion. I am going to throw her into the fucking theology pool. Good fucking luck.
Yeah. No, you did great.
Thanks. What was that check again?
It was a insight.
Insight. That's God. What? Fucking memorizing these new ones. That's a 25.
Okay. With a
He
25,
likes you.
Morwenna Crow was not interested in talking to you. She was drawing you over because she was being annoyed by a bunch of Church of Faceless Ones people, essentially being like, well, you need to include a carve-out in, like, this freedom of religion thing that, like, you never come to our temples and you never inspect any of our shit, because otherwise we'll get mad and there will be another war again, and we should just be allowed to do our own things privately. And Morwenna Crow was essentially like, oh, here's somebody who will both have a different perspective and also be someone you'll fucking hate. Come over here. You distract these pieces of shit for a moment. And through talking to you and kind of like using you as like a social cudgel to get them to stop bothering her, you actually see that while some of them are some of them really have their hackles raised about your kind of non-traditional messages, your messages of modernization. Some of the other ones are kind of like slowly nodding, like a little bit persuaded by your argument, especially as Morwenna Crow seems to be like more and more interested in what you're gonna say. You started this conversation as a ditzy cult leader for a rival religion that was corrupting the true faith in order to, in her view, maybe steal money or get kids off a bunch of guys. You are now leaving this conversation with a certain amount of respect from at least Morwenna, and a certain amount of like acknowledgement of you being like an actual religious figure, even if it's one she disagrees with. Like you came into this conversation with the minimal amount of respect possible, and you're leaving it with an amount of respect, and not just with Morwenna, but also with some of the Church of the Faceless One people.
I was like, send me $50. Cal does the thing that you get like with like an Uber, or sometimes like people like street dancers, where she shows like the QR code for her Venmo.
Yes. Yes. She just pulls out an iPad and then puts it on the tip screen and looks away, and then looks back at you and then looks away. But yes, I do think you can like kind of exit out being like, we've just opened a new chapel like 10 miles from here. If anybody wants to come by and, see what we're all about.
She'll have that in her like open discussion about being like, I'm always open to discussion. If you'd like to have it in person, I'm monitoring the most recently opened location.
Yeah, just
City
a little
Island.
a little bit of advertisement for yourself, and you think maybe if they don't take you up on it, they might actually spread the word to others. At least the ones who hate you will tell their followers a place to avoid, and others may be curious enough to check it out. And as your sister taught you, no publicity is bad publicity.
Yep.
As you look around, and now that you're in this other room and you've kind of like tucked yourself into a corner, it seems like Gladly didn't come this way. She went the other way into the gallery that they were talking about. So you can choose to continue trying to avoid her, or you can just casually go over to the gallery and see what's what, and maybe bump into her and make an approach.
Does Cal see a 6'5" hunk of man meat?
There is, as you, like, if you, like, try to leave this room and, like, go to look in the direction Gladly went, you can see Mr. Drum is just kind of, like pacing around, kind of, like, looking under where you were hiding, like, in a little alcove by the stairs, like, clearly looking for you.
Yeah, no, then Cal is going to walk over to him, and, like, if somebody stops her on the way, she'll take her time, she'll, like, drink and probably not eat anything, but drink something, and she'll try to talk to somebody to him, but she's like, yeah, I'm approaching the fucking, literal former assassin. I'm not letting myself be standing somewhere as somebody's giant man meat hand comes down on my shoulder, and I go,
As you start to approach, Drum just like goes entirely still and kind of like gets big, like he's ready to throw down. Like you're approaching kind of like a guns at high noon situation, as like everybody around you kind of like sees this and kind of like gives you a little bit of space as you approach, and he goes, "Shepard."
Drum, I don't intend on having you ambush me or put a rag over my face and throw me over the shoulder, so... Am I to be shackled?
The professor would like a word.
I'm sure she would like quite a few.
Shall I escort you to the gallery?
Yes, and try to look gentlemanly so people don't think I'm about to be murdered.
He turns and gives you his elbow.
Cal takes it.
He struggles a bit, but does seem to relax and like try to seem like get into the gentleman mode. You can see like the people looking at him with worried looks start to decrease as you move across the room. He's like forcing himself to relax.
Kelly goes, I can fake a conversation quite well. Do you think you can manage anything other than a grimace?
The mistress says that I do grunts especially well.
I do hope for a little bit more than that, but I've been in your shoes. It's very difficult. You'll learn it with time. Especially as you keep getting trotted out to social events for some fucking reason. How is she? She in a bad mood? Good mood? Neutral mood?
It's a party. She's in a good mood.
Glory. You get a capture ransom prize for bringing me back? Does she let you sleep in an actual bed instead of the doghouse outside?
I think sleeping in the house is reward enough for your capture.
But in whose bed? Or perhaps the couch.
How is your sister? Still kicking around? Doing God knows what?
Still alive. Still alive. I haven't heard from her since the last time I told you a few years ago. I know she's still around, but she seems inclined to give me this inheritance whether I want it or not.
Yes, I remember the newspaper clippings. You think back to a time like 1 month before the Kennedy assassination, you just saw a picture of Elise as like an attaché / possible mistress of President Kennedy of the United States. You tracked down that lead for a long time and brought it up to Drum as a very like last resort effort to try and figure out something.
Had
It was
like a
just entirely
Pepe
a
Sylvia
dead end.
board that was like
Yeah.
a Jackie capable of murder.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll keep my ear to the ground. Cannot allow a danger like Elise Shepard to be running around unmonitored. And the mistress has expressed an interest in perhaps some work she would like.
Well, I guess that's better than this being a purely social visit.
The gallery, Reverend Daughter. And gives you like a very kind of like a mocking bow as he takes you to the door, and you see Gladly and Fish kind of taking a turn around the room with Jaw.
Cool. Should I roll for recognizing fish?
Yeah.
Okay. What says you, Dice?
I wonder if there should be like an advantage or disadvantage because they don't have their tattoos presently.
Patrick.
I don't know. That makes sense to me. Yeah. That does make sense to me. That's a very defining feature of fish.
So disadvantage?
I don't want it to be disadvantage. I just want it to be a skill you are worst at. So
Okay.
instead of, let's say, what you have, perception is +4.
History?
Insight is +9. Give me a history check.
Cool. Well, it was already super fucking low. That's only a 5.
Okay. You see Gladly with Gladly is sort of like bringing Jaw to exhibits and then kind of draping over him a little bit, and then he moves away and she kind of like naturally turns it into a turn into the next exhibit. And on the other side of Jaw, like arm in arm with him, is someone you don't recognize. And Drum is kind of like glaring to a certain extent. And so you immediately clock, like, okay.
Oh, it's a paramour, yeah.
Yeah, a Gladly boy toy, maybe here just for the party, or maybe it's a longer term thing, who knows. You just see this slightly awkward little threesome taking a turn around the room.
Cal goes, hopefully not literally. Yeah, Callie is going to just, post up at some art they will be soon approaching.
All right.
Like, to make sarcastic eye contact with Drum like this, okay? You okay with that? Do you get your treat if I sit here?
You see Drum give a little sardonic smile and kind of like cross his arms and lean against the wall, kind of like inside of you, but not right next to you.
And he goes, "This is my treat."
This is my treat. I'm in the same room as her.
You should let me have a pup cup. And I'll eat it off the toe of her heel. I didn't
What, you
know
gonna give you a head
capable of
pat?
making these foot fetish jokes.
What, you gonna get a head pat if you succeed? God no, a head pat? Just don't be obscene.
Does he wear a tie?
He does.
Built-in lace.
It matches Gladly's lipstick perfectly.
She dresses him, so that makes sense. As Cal is stopping and looking at this piece of art, it's kind of ugly. It's very raw, but it's kind of ugly, and you look at the little plaque associated with it, and it is art by a Mr. Anton Shutter.
My feeling.
Yes, my fee wings. There's a lot of reds and blacks.
This is what it's like inside.
Crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal.
Horrible Deuce made everyone take an art therapy class.
Yeah, that's what the rest of the gallery is. Each dead man has one piece.
My kids' drawings! This is my refrigerator!
You do look around the room and you see a number of drawings that are of wildly different artistic skill.
Ghastlies are so beautiful!
It's just a beautiful dress.
I think Ghastly was like required to do a like drawing or painting. It's like the person is just like a faceless woman, but it's such a nice like sketch of a dress.
Sorry, I need a minute to recover from Corval Moose's refrigerator gallery. Like, Ravel and Dex, Vex and Rue, they all tried. And Skullduggery was like, if I stabbed a pencil through the drawing, does that count as art?
Yeah, his is worse than Shudder's.
Skullduggery actually can paint, because he does discuss that in one of the fucking Phase 2 books, but, is he motivated to? Because technically that was something that Cadaver says, so it's possible that Cadaver picked that up as a fucking pandemic hobby.
Give me a perception check.
I'm just gonna spend all of my time going through the art gallery making you describe this to me.
Hey, can I make it sad?
Yeah.
Okay, Skullduggery, at first it seems like a joke that his art is like a handprint of his skeletal hand, but then it's like, ooh, it's like a young child's art. He had a young child.
Yeah.
He does a turkey hand.
Like, oh, is this how you're remembering?
Yeah,
them?
there's an entire, wall of turkey hand. I rolled a nat 1, so that's a 5.
You look around the room. You don't understand the theme of this room. There's a lot of weird display cases, some with old stuff, some with not old stuff. There's a bunch of pedestals in the room. May, the horrible threesome, I should say, has gotten to one of them and seemed to be discussing it at length, and you will be the next stop. You don't understand why these objects that are some pretty, some historically significant, are being displayed next to this ugly piece of shit. But you do recognize the name Anton Shutter, so maybe there was a deal or something. There was a trade. He gets to he has to do suicide missions, and in exchange, the artwork is allowed to be posted publicly. You don't know.
Yeah, Kelly's like, I don't know, maybe this is something significant to do with the Midnight Hotel that I'm missing because I'm a pedestrian.
Oh, there's a cat. I don't think you could hear that through the mic, but a cat got snatched, and there was a very classic. Sorry, I missed what you were saying for a second.
Oh, it was just that she was trying to figure out if it had anything to do with the Midnight Hotel. And it's clearly I'm not involved enough in this weird fucking politics to figure it out.
I think with a nat 1, you are looking at it, and you do think there is vaguely a rectangle, kind of hidden in the blacks and grays. That's the Midnight Hotel.
Deep. Yeah, she's
Deep.
just staring at it.
Meanwhile, as John's been taking you for a turn around the room, he's been he was probably yeah, let me show you the things I was researching. And then one of you was tell us about these paintings. What's in this display case? So he's having to give you a full tour, kind of against his will. This gallery is very clearly decorative elements of personal value rather than anything else. It's a display case that is a lot of pieces from the war. There is destroyed magical objects, half burned, like a child's doll that is torn apart. Just a lot of things that you don't know the exact context of, but this is clearly the cabinet for the war. There are also a number of ancient artifacts, or ancient seeming artifacts, that are around the room that don't have to do with Jaw's discovery. There's a couple of tablets that May and Fish, both being able to read the ancient language, would recognize as genuine ancient artifacts, although what is on them is not perhaps the most interesting. The
recipe.
Yeah, it's absolutely like the receipt for shitty copper, like level of like this was important to understand the language. It's not actually important. But there are a couple of pieces in here that you know that from the two of you, your academic background is kind of like um, um, is kind of like that was marginally important to discoveries regarding the ancients. That's a cool thing to collect, I guess. Maybe it would worth something if we want to, make sure that we're really getting everything we can when we get out of here. And a number of paintings that are being introduced. Jaw is essentially like this was painted by one of the dead men. Read the plaque if you want to know which one. I don't know why they're here. Moving on. But yeah, as you kind of circle, there is a very like fine landscape made with a little plaque that says it was made by Erskine Ravel, and you can see just like very like sketchy, not detailed, like stick figures almost of like people in the front and back. There is you pass by and see an empty frame. And the plaque is by Skullduggery Pleasant. And then there's a little plaque like on the wall being surrounded by the frame that said painting is currently in the possession of parentheses stolen by Skullduggery Pleasant. Eventually, Jaw leads you to kind of his work, his things that he focused on. There is a number of like tablets and instructional things that didn't make it into the public. Into like the main article that's been written. It's one of those things where it's like the paper was written on like the big discovery and then a bunch of other things having to do with it. But there will be subsequent papers over the next like 10 years as these objects are like continue to be explored. So you'd find a lot of interest in the things that you haven't seen before. Both of you can read this language, so I think both of you give me a history or arcana check to kind of like actually see and discuss with Jaw what these are.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 25 for Ms. Gladly in arcana.
Just 13 in history.
Okay.
So you have to give us all the. So you have to give whatever attacking. Now the pincer movement is on you.
Mm-hmm. As you look at these, and not all of them are complete. Some of them are fragments. They're clearly like broken off walls or something like that. I don't think necessarily Fish is like, I read the paper about the dig. I think it was like, there was stuff found. Don't care. But
I heard that there was stuff that I would care about, and that's what
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There is, from what Gladly recalls from the article, it was a underground dig similar to the ruins that she found, although smaller in scope and in worse condition. But you are not as cool as the ruins, but still very, very interesting. You look over these fragments, and the actual like words and images are interesting. There's like a figure with two heads like looming over the text in one, in a very like traditional like representational view of the ancients, which are always drawn very large on these tablets. And you see the name of a ancient that appears in a lot of other records, the Ghost Walker. There are references to an ancient named the Illuminant, and a meeting with the Ghost Walker. There are some oblique references to a creation of a place outside of this world, like the development of essentially what a modern sorcerer would understand as like a pocket dimension, or like its own plane, like artificially creating one of those on purpose, which seems to be really interesting. And as the three of you kind of like discuss with Jaw about like, yes, we believe that this may have been a key to some of Ancient's technology, because of course if we cannot perceive all aspects of the technology, either because it's broken or because potentially some of it exists in a different plane of existence, we won't be able to fully understand it. I think Fish kind of is not super interested in this like ancient stuff, and May is like, okay, well, I'll take that one and leave that one. We'll take that one. But
Fish has a word association between Ghostwalker and the Ghost Eater, and so like they're just being like, oh yeah, I had a fucking adventure where it's like there was a totally different thing, but the name was the same, similar. And like if you promise them, they're gonna start in on a fucking story about that, but they're keeping quiet for now.
Yep. As you're like kind of sort of paying attention, you get to like a little stele that Jaw is like, yes, and this one is actually very interesting because it's about summoning information from someplace in the ether. Information that is not as easily accessible. You know, perhaps there are extra-dimensional libraries of some kind that we may be able to recover. It was all just
I like this one. It's very nice.
At this point. As you're looking at it, you think that this is a new like path of research. You think that if you combine this with some of the books you've been reading, especially recently, maybe even go to this ruin and dig around a bit more, see if there's anything that was unimportant enough to not make it back into the gallery, you may have a new line on Godkin. You may have a new source of knowledge, a source that has not you don't need to hack through a jungle to get, a source you can access magically.
Very exciting.
And finally, as he leads you to the center of the room, you can see three pillars, pillar display cases that are clearly like on wheels of some kind. Like they're sat, but they can kind of be like angled and rolled like a dolly. And in each of them, in their own little crystal cases, you see a small dagger, a one edge shining incredibly brightly, and the other one very dark and dull, almost like it's eating light in a way, almost like a Vanta Black kind of like, you don't want to look at it because it kind of hurts your eyes a little bit, and you want to focus on the shiny side of just the small little dagger set with what looks like kind of like a worked brass handle, and in the pommel, just this tiny little chip of a black crystal. And in another pillar, there is a stone tablet with a number of interesting, like bead-like carvings, a bunch of strings with fat circular sections around a big central hole, and there is what looks on one side to be like a very rough hewn rock, and on the other side you can see like a crystal that looks naturally grown but clearly has a like ancient device within the crystal, sitting there, and that one's kind of like more like tennis ball sized, something like that. And as Jaw comes and introduces this to you, I think with those rolls, Fish helped make some of the replicas. You both instantly realize, like, okay, our replicas are good enough. We will have to alter them in order to get past the, like, not obviously replaced thing. Like, anybody who has seen these closely enough before will know that ours are replicas instantly. We need to get it a little bit better. So we're going to have to find a way to kind of set up shop a little bit and work while we're here, as you get your first really good look at these objects. And yeah, I don't want to do Jaw's voice, but any explanations of like what they are, descriptions that you want?
Just that Fish is like, oh, that is so interesting. The twirling of the hand, not the crazy sign.
Yeah.
you understand. It's difficult because I don't have hair. You go, yeah, just wow, we love it.
Does Gladly get anything out of that 25 Arcana that's worth noting?
You are looking at this and kind of confirming the conclusions you've already come to about what these objects are. This knife with a blade made of two metals, one that cuts most mortal objects, and the other that supposedly cuts invested magical beings, like the gods. That is not how Jaw describes it. He says essentially our theory is that it was a initial test of the creation of what would eventually become a god killer knife or a god killer weapon. This was a prototype, is our theory, and some of the in situ elements kind of like support that theory a little bit. Remembering that some of your knowledge of these objects kind of came to you in dreams, little remnants of Jonas bouncing around in your mind. You may have a deeper knowledge of what these things are than Jaw does, but his perspective is also very interesting, especially because he may be wrong, but he may be wrong in interesting ways. And you don't know that he's wrong with this. That may genuinely be what it was for, but that's not what or Fish is going to use it for. As Fish looks at a potential key to unlock another source of knowledge, a god that can be summoned, and a knife that can be held to its throat.
So I was just going to ask, while Gladly is up close with these crystal plinths that are holding these very interesting artifacts, can she do a symbol check to look for any security measures that aren't immediately obvious?
Absolutely. Let me first finish describing the objects, and then we'll get into that. The tablet is it's something that you and Jaw like totally agree with. It sounds like Jaw actually brought in a shunter expert to like confirm his theory. This is a way that dimensional shunters record essentially the coordinates of other dimensions for other shunters. And while apparently there was a little bit of a translation issue, like the shunter they got wasn't instantly like, oh, I know how to use this and how to get there. They do think that they do think it wouldn't be that hard to crack if they really like put effort into it. And there is a little bit of discussion about being like, yeah, after we finish this dig and we're going to complete this this ruin, see if there's any chambers we missed, things like that. We're going to seek potentially seek funding for potentially a cross-dimensional excursion to see if in another dimension there is a ruin in the same place, and if that has different information, following these coordinates, things like that. You think that with your guidance, a shunter wouldn't have an issue with getting these coordinates, and you're instantly thinking of alternate universes where the Acropolis wasn't destroyed, alternate universes where maybe even like the Library of Alexandria didn't burn, alternate universe where things that are of value to you, both financially and mystically, are still present that you could steal. And that is one of the way you roped Fish in too, of being like, I can find books that don't exist in our universe potentially. And then the last object is called a echo stone, just because that is the closest idea they have to how it functions. But it is more advanced than that, because it is like sort of a proto reflection technology in a way, of creating a clone out of light that still can access the copy's magic in a way. That is really interesting. That one is the one that I think you're like, this would be valuable for giving a lecture at university while I also have a deal going down, being in two places at once kind of thing. But you're also like, I don't care about this as much. This can go to Shepard to buy her loyalty. Some nerd would like this. And that's kind of the description of the objects. As you get in really close, give me that symbol check. And if Fish wants to help you, either by distracting Jaw or
Yes.
by helping you with the
Yeah.
roll itself, we can do that as well. First,
No help with the roll. She's fine.
Okay. Are you distracting Jaw then?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand check, we will say.
Gladly or Fish?
Oh, Fish.
Oh no. It's gonna be. I think it should be persuasion, because Fish is gonna say, and you don't think they're taking these away in an hour? Oh my god. You don't think that we could get a bit more up close and personal, hands-on, if you will, with the artifacts?
Give me a persuasion check. And this is a pretty important roll if you wanna add anything to it.
Okay, I just have to count. 23.
23. Okay. He looks a little flustered at the idea of going somewhere private. You've been touching him a lot.
Oh yeah, it's also very much
Yeah.
hands-on you?
Yeah.
Question mark?
Yeah. And you can see that he is very tempted, but with a little bit of regret. He's like, oh, they're going to convert this room into more of a social space, and they don't want anyone to knock it over, so they were going to move them into the vault. But I do know that two scholars such as yourself would have an interest in this. Maybe I could talk to Corval and get some time to view it more closely. You're your input would be really valuable, and perhaps if that doesn't work, you may be able to schedule with my office a time we can sort of examine it together, and I'd love your input on any of these objects.
I would love to do an examination with you.
Well, like I said, I need to ask, but perhaps,
I know, always asking permission.
perhaps we could work something out. Yes, you know what? I'm sure we can slip away from the party for just a short amount of time to look at these artifacts.
Yeah.
Actually.
Come on now.
We're actually.
Wait.
I'm a little embarrassed to admit this. I am having a little bit of translation trouble with a couple of the tablets.
Oh?
There is sort of, the symbols can be translated into multiple words. English doesn't entirely capture the meaning. I'm trying to find the best meaning, especially since it's just a fragment and I don't know the full context. For a scholar such as yourself, and of course the professor, maybe we
The
could
professor, of
examine
course,
that
absolutely.
in private.
Yeah, I am very good at reading.
That breaks Gladly's concentration enough that she looks up at Fish and raises an eyebrow.
And they go, I don't know, man. She shrugs. I'm doing the best. So that
You
I've got.
sure are.
Do your own
I
stuff.
can't, like,
Focus on you.
It's not a lie. I can read. Yeah. Really, they're just laying it on.
All right, you're laying it on. Then what is that symbol roll from Gladly?
So here's the problem. The roll itself was 11. But with my bonus, that goes up to a 26.
Oh wow!
What?
Wow!
Yeah. You approved that, Patrick. It's on my kill sheet.
I did prove that. Yeah.
Yes, May's passive, May's bonus to symbols is a plus 15. Because she is a symbolist, it is her class.
It is. Her
is. Holy shit.
Yes. May is at this point in time probably like top 10 symbolists in the world. So plus 15 makes sense. So with a 26, it was total.
Yep.
There is a really interesting mechanism going on here that you have read about but have not seen. The pillars being here completes a security circuit. Essentially, right now, these objects are entirely secured with an elaborate mesh. There are alarms that will go off if they're moved. There are alarms that will go off if they're too jostled. There are alarms that will go off if the glass is cracked or opened in any way. And this kind of like spreads throughout the room. This whole room is a security box. The way these posts attach to the security system is interesting because normally something that is this secure could not be moved. It would have to be stationary for the symbols to all work. You think, based on the fact that this is movable and the way the symbol's leading into the pillar, very subtle, like white on white stuff in the tile leading into these pillars, you think that under this pillar is a symbol and there's a matching one on the bottom of the pillar, and like a circuit, when they're connected, that creates the security measure. Which means the security in this room will have to be, if not completely shut off, pretty heavily disabled in order to then move it into the vault. Once it's in the vault, it may then become part of another security system by being set in a specific place. But while it is being moved, this room will be more vulnerable, have to deal with whatever workers are moving stuff, but this room will be accessible. The objects will be most vulnerable, like in this transit state, and in whatever vault or location it is being set in is possibly less secure than this area, at least because it does not necessarily have the amount of like alarms. There's a lot of things you're seeing that are like, oh, that's not just security, that's also like preventing someone from knocking it over, like accidental damage and stuff like that. If you put it in like a Magisteel box or something, you don't need all of those protections, which may make the security simpler. In a way that you may be able to deal with. So that is kind of what you get from the security here, is like an order of operations, being like getting it right now with everybody here with all the security active, pretty much impossible. Immediately alarms would go off, you would get caught. Doing it in the vault, next level of security down, probably more accessible. And then final, like, easiest level is in transit, but that will inherently have witnesses of some kind.
Okay. Gladly puts all this in her brain. It's going to marinate on it for the next couple of minutes, and is just, contributing like affirmative noises to whatever Jaw and Fish are saying, and is already mentally being like, okay, how can I best, like, doing like the arithmetic, the calculus, it's all going in front of her as she thinks real hard.
Yeah. Do you think Gladly came here with Callie in mind as an accomplice? Or do you think that was like just another tool in the toolbox? Okay.
I think Gladly saw it as a possibility, but isn't depending on it.
You think that someone skilled in stealth would be very useful in this situation. At the very least, to get more information, if not to outright help commit the heist.
I posit to you that Gladly is thinking this through as she stands up and glances back to Drum as if to say, got it. And at the moment she has the thought, I need someone stealthy, sees Cal.
Yeah.
And immediately goes to Joe, I'm terribly sorry, Arcanist Hank. I've just seen someone that I want to say hi to. I'll leave him in the very capable hands of my friend Fish. Toodles. And, like, again, Gladly and Fish know each other very well. Gives them a look that says, I'm onto something here, BRB.
And they go, and they like nod back as in like, I trust that you've seen something. I personally don't need to investigate at this time, so I can have my own moment of turning around and seeing her.
Absolutely. You know what? I'll even say Gladly gestures in Shepard's direction.
And Fish goes, no, but yeah, go,
okay.
If you go.
Yeah, Gladly's just gonna over to Cal.
Callie is over in front of the shutter picture. She probably wandered off and saw like some of the tablets, some of the artifacts in the case, and was like, fine, interesting. There was a necromancer that approached you at some point. Big hair, like big pompadour that comes down in like a big swoop covering the eye, and he's just been standing there going, it's so dark, man. It's just, you can feel it like in your soul, right? Like, rip my heart open and like bare my spirit, right? Very much talking like at Callie, but not with her.
And Cal's like, yes, that makes a lot of sense for you, Cleric Walsh. It was a joke for Patrick. Hello, sorry.
It's like faith and anger are like two sides of the same coin,
It's pretty spectacular that they allowed you to bring your sword in. I suppose that's your necromantic object.
It is, but like, I had to do a thing where like it's dull, right? Because like The Hades Edge Necrocross is like such a sharp blade. It's just like it can cut you when you look at it, right? So it's not like safe,
Mm-hmm.
Drum
I'm
looks like
so
he's really
sorry.
enjoying the fact that you are stuck in this conversation.
I am so sorry. There is one of my dear acquaintances. I'm sure she's been looking for me all night. I do.
All right, sick. And if you want to see me swing this thing around, I'll be out on the lawn later.
Oh, wow. A demonstration. Exciting. I'll advertise.
All right. God, just the reds. It's hardcore. As Gladly approaches Callie, kind of meeting in the middle, Drum just kind of like walks to the other part of, just like walks across a little bit so that Cleric Walsh is not between them, but he's not like intruding on the conversation. Just kind of like making sure other people are far enough away that this can be at least somewhat private.
Yeah. Callie turns to Gladly and goes, Professor Gladly, your pet has delivered me to you as requested.
Oh, isn't he just delightful? I always know I can rely on him. Reverend Daughter, you're just the woman I was hoping to see. And I think Gladly is going to take Shepard's arm, like, linking arms, and then leans in and says, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you in dire need of a little bit of a break from the delightful responsibilities your sister has left you with?
If you have trapped my sister in a room somewhere and are about to present me to her, I will owe you a life debt.
I'll keep that in mind. Unfortunately, no, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I was actually thinking that you might be able to help me with acquiring some interesting artifacts, one of which I think will benefit you greatly. And Gladly is going to walk her around the plinths. As if to go, ooh, but it's a murmuring in Shepard's ear, and says, do you see that little rock just in the center?
Yes.
That little rock is about to save you hours of your life. Ask me how.
I will start with, is it for auction? I don't typically look at art galleries as ways to save my time.
Don't you leave the details up to me for now. Just imagine, picture this.
Alright.
You're sitting at your desk, surrounded by your sewing and all your bits and bobs that you enjoy, and yet another illustrious disciple of your church wanders in and says, Reverend Daughter, oh, can you give us another 5-hour-long lecture on the importance of having sex and giving birth? And you go, of course, I would love nothing more. And you have to leave behind your beautiful book that you're in the middle of. But then, Reverend Daughter, you remember that, oh, of course, Professor Gladly helped me get this amazing little artifact, which creates a double of myself that can think and feel and act autonomously. And when they're done, come right back to me and we merge together, and oh, it's like I was in two places at once.
And how long until it kills me?
It doesn't.
I don't trust that from you.
You don't need to trust me, you just need to trust the ancients.
Famously,
I'm sure we could both.
Peaceful.
Well, I mean, this isn't an artifact of war, this is an artifact of efficiency. In a time when leaders had to be in multiple places at once, Reverend Daughter.
I do
A
prefer
situation with
using-
which I'm sure you understand.
I think Kelly is trying to talk, and Kelly's like, I don't know. I'm not.
Sorry?
No, I think that's funny.
Yeah.
Kelly tried to.
I
get
have
it. I think
objections, and Maya's like, I'm not going to let you get them out.
I am speaking.
Kelly's like,
I'm
I
on
do
Shark
prefer-
Tank. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Kelly's like, I do prefer magical artifacts where I can speak to the designer and there is some sort of insurance and I don't trust a mad woman's word for it.
A mad woman? Shepard, what do you take me for?
a con artist, a snake oil salesman, a maniac, psychologically unsound.
But that doesn't mean I'm also not very, very smart.
And very overconfident. I'm fine, thank you. I've managed for 8 years. I'll keep going. You get a lead on Elise, we'll talk.
Oh, well, that's such a shame. And here I was thinking that we could work together. But if you want to spend another 8 years minimum, I assume. We all know how Elise likes to luxuriate, don't we? I mean, I understand, of course, you're... Sorry, go on, Minnie.
No, you keep going.
I was going to say, I'm
it.
sure nothing's more important to you than being at every single event just to show that you're there, putting in the face time, showing that you are just as worthy and important as Elysium Shepard. Well, whatever the name is. That's me saying this. Sorry.
May's like...
yeah. I know just how much you care about being at the bedside of a birthing mother, Shepard. I know nothing brings you more joy and satisfaction. I wish I had that sort of dedication, but I myself quite enjoy my leisure time, lounging around, reading books, listening to the radio.
What am I giving up for this glorious favor of yours?
I think at this moment, you see Rousseau slips into the room and sees you across the way and goes, and hustles over and it says, "Oh, if you'll excuse me, I just need to borrow the Reverend Daughter for just a second. Your Grace, I have spoken to a number of people about our cause and gotten some good donations, but there's a very important figure. Are you familiar with Baron Latisse?"
Am I?
Yes. Huge guy, absolute pig. Big follower of the Faceless Ones. Financed a lot of malevolence campaigns in Europe. Like scion of a big legacy family house. Has had at this point, I think for professional reasons, like 6 wives at various times. Said yes, he has offered quite a bit of money to our expansion in the European theater, but he says he heard an interesting rumor about our cures for erectile dysfunction, and
Shepard, I have to leave you to it. That sounds like such an honor.
A demonstration of the ability were he to commit the funding. Obviously, I'm not sure a party is the appropriate venue, although he is very insistent on now. So I just wanted to check in with you.
Callie turns to Gladly and is like, "Did you pay her?"
Cleric Rousseau, of course not. I can't believe that you're not leaping at such an opportunity. I've heard many good things about him.
I think Rousseau
He has a very big wallet.
I think Rousseau realizes who Cal is talking to and is like, "Oh."
Eye height with Gladly's tears.
Yeah.
Jump scare.
She doesn't recognize her by the blackened hands going up the arms. That's just oh, that's a really interesting decoration that you would do.
The Xerox kits that she's had to file. Correspondences from Professor Gladly.
Yes.
There's fucking faxes!
Suddenly, they're just
recognize that
PTSD
mole?
flashbacks of Cal being like, "I have important paperwork that you need to respond to for financial reasons, but I can't do it." And it's just tits. You need to pretend that these got to me. Send the facts back.
Callie sighs and says,
Thank you for the intel, cleric. Please run point. I cannot discuss it or give him the demonstration right now. I have a lucrative business offer to consider.
Of course, Reverend Daughter, as you know, I am significantly less skilled in this magic than you are specifically. But if you are too busy, I will attempt it myself if you think that's best.
Can you tell him that I will be available later?
Of course.
I'm just imagining this magic as a mage hand.
It's just kind of like around the backside, press a button. Ugh.
Gladly leans into Shepard as Rousseau goes off to perform this magic and says, "Wise decision, my dear. He's an absolute pig of a man."
Maybe you can, maybe throw in some magical artifacts that, I don't know, briefly eliminate some men would be quite a present.
But then I'd be losing half my client base. 3/4 of my client base.
9/10.
But you know what, Shepard? This artifact will give you the capacity to avoid men, which is...
It's true. I can just live in my little study, disturbed by no one, just like my childhood. What are you requiring from me?
Well, I have certain ideas about how to alleviate Arcanus Hank of his burden of bearing responsibility for these quite fascinating and valuable items. And I find myself in need of someone who's very, very good at sneaking around unseen.
I'm passable. And what happens when we all go to jail?
Well, we won't.
Oh, Polygonus, this is a private party. There's rippers here. We won't survive going to jail. There's no authority here to arrest us. We just die.
Wait, if I die before having to handle that dick, I guess that's a lifeless thing.
Price I'm willing to pay. Not just that dick, every future dick.
Yeah.
That's why your reflection turns evil.
I think Gladly will say there's almost no chance of that happening because I'm not only joined by Mr. Drum, who we both know is very, very competent in almost anything I ask him to do, but I'm also joined by another one of my very talented colleagues. We're quite the little team.
Know that I'm not sticking around to get caught with the rest of you. If something goes wrong, you will not see me ever again. But fine, I'll be here on a trial run with the caveat that I'll dip if I feel like it's not worth the risk to my neck.
Okay, I think it will be. That's completely understood. Would you like to... And May is going to gesture to where her colleague should be.
Yeah.
They left with the choice. No, they're still standing there. They're just like.
I was gonna say, Jaw probably left to go ask permission for a private showing. But,
Yeah.
Okay, now then Fish is just hanging out.
Fish are playing games on their phone.
Yeah.
Fish is like, I wonder how hard I have to tap the glass to set off the alarm.
Yeah.
Nope, harder. Nope, harder.
So Callie knew that like the point person, the person that would be interacting with Gladly was Dr. Gar, right?
Yes.
Right. She's gonna be like, "Is this the Dr. Gar?"
I think there's a moment for Gladly where she's like, "Who? Oh, yes, yes, of course. Yes, Dr. Gar. One of my most esteemed associates. I don't know what I'd do without him."
Yes, I guess. Well, I should be informed of whatever madcap schemes that you have. Take me to them.
Of course, and is going to lead her over unless Fish
Gladly's
intervenes.
Gladly internally is going,
Have 5 minutes passed?
probably.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then Fish can do like I want Fish to have done another ritual scream out into the void, while they're looking at the artifacts to be like, am I going to get these?
Is this gonna work? Magic
They're like-
ball. Seems unlikely.
Absolutely. Give me that intelligence saving throw.
Thanks. It's
Am I going to get what I need? Turns around, sees the hot blonde.
26. Tell me.
Whoa!
It's what?
26. Nat 20 plus 6. What does the magic 8 ball say?
Well, now you have to promise, Patrick, is whether you like that or not.
You find yourself in a void of stillness. As you speak out into this void, will I get what I need? You feel like something is listening. A figure starts to emerge. You don't see it at first because it is so much larger than you in this infinite black void, as something that almost seems like stars starts to swirl together into a giant hand that comes to rest under your feet.
Hmm.
As a voice, starting in whispers, sounds, and echoes, but growing over and over again. No, no. You have in this moment of connection, you have you have some more questions if you want in just this moment. Yeah, up to 5 questions.
Up to 5. Fuck. Okay. All right. Uh, is this what I need?
What you need is answers. Answer. Answer. The knife only provides violence. 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 You need the one. 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 The one who comes as many.
Uh, I know, right? Um, what? And just desperate. Where?
Beyond your reach. Reach.
So unhelpful. And I know you said 5 questions, but I think that they're just like no, fuck you. Like my response to not getting the answers that I require is to shut down.
As the hand underneath you curls up and starts to crush you, you start developing a blinding headache and close your eyes before opening them back in the party.
Oh. Do they feel that Gladly is approaching?
Yep.
Okay, then
Dudley is clapping up to you.
Yep. So like still like hands pressed in the eyes, like turn around, just feeling confident that it's just her.
Yeah.
You know, man, I don't know if this is gonna work. Takes hands down.
Oh, we seem very confident.
Looking at May.
Yeah, Gladly's like, yes, this is also news to me. But I'm sure this is perhaps a momentary lapse in judgment, isn't it, Dr. Gar?
Well, it just. Oh, excuse me. Dr. Edwin Gar, but please call me Edgar. And like makes a grab for the hand and the kiss on the hand.
Yeah. Callie allows it and says,
Reverend Daughter Callie Shepherd.
I think because you're now very like face to face, Fish looks like pretty familiar, but not like you can place them.
I think the voice is also starting to like tickle on the back of her brain.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. Are you the fertility cultist people?
I don't love the word cultist, but yes.
Well, at least you admit it. I really appreciate your candor. And now we're gonna. Okay, no. I'd like to do an insight at this time to determine, because they can't recognize her by looks because they haven't seen her.
Yeah.
But just determine
it's a
how.
shit-eating grin on Gladly's face.
Just determine how into her they immediately are. That's all.
Okay, so like a self insight, and you're not trying to recognize
sure.
her. You're just trying to get your own vibe. Okay.
Yes.
I think Gladly's especially amused because, yeah, of course, Fish wouldn't recognize Cal, but Gladly was kind of expecting that Cal would recognize Fish.
A self insight, 18.
Okay. Hot as shit. I mean, especially you know, with the X's you saw, kind of like putting you off your game. You haven't been really appreciating the crowd. You were like, hey, if it doesn't interfere with the mission, I do want to see some things. I'm just having this conversation with Jaw. Might be getting that later. You know, maybe one or both. Maybe at the same time. I don't know. Both flavors. Yeah, this woman maybe it looks like she's got a little bit of a stick up her butt, but you know, you can fix that. You can fish that out.
That can be removed.
Enthusiastically.
All right, great. Now we're casting the spell Mind Games. Wait, it's not a spell; it's a feature talent. Mind Games. Starting at first level, I'm reading the whole thing, if you don't mind. Starting at first level, your sacrament bestows upon you the ability to influence the minds of others. As an action, you can cause each creature in a 10-foot cube originating from you to make a wisdom saving throw against your head mage spell save DC, which is 18. Good luck. The creatures that fail their saving throws are either all charmed or frightened by you, your choice, until the end of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you long or short rest. We're gonna do charmed, please.
Okay,
Okay. Cal, make a wisdom saving throw.
cool.
Also, I would like May to make a wisdom saving throw.
I was
It
going to
counts,
ask Ink,
yeah.
do you reckon Gladly knows about this little trick of theirs?
I think so, but
Yeah.
like in a sense where it's like washes over her. Oh, you're doing the fucking thing. Oh,
Yeah.
you know.
That's only a
It's
10.
actually a 20.
Wow.
Yeah,
dirty 20.
yeah.
And he's like, oh, they're looking rather attractive.
Thing again. It's the thing again.
You're doing the thing, you little shit.
Yeah.
Mooney, what'd you get?
10.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Interesting evening for Kelly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting evening indeed. Okay. You cannot attack fish in any way.
Rough.
You cannot willingly attack, I should say, fish in any way. And fish has advantage on all checks made on you socially. So that is pretty much always like deception, persuasion, intimidation, things like that. But if it's like, oh, a history check to impress you with knowledge or something like that, it's also advantage.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's a good feat.
Mhm.
It is a really good one. Now, what roll to make is the thing.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing?
Okay, last thing they
Or
said.
now you don't know what to do with it.
Cultist. Gotcha.
It's only until the end of your next turn, so it does for
Okay.
Ellie. It does have a pretty quick shelf life,
Yeah.
for like a free thing.
For battle and stuff.
Yes.
So, time to make up for the cultist fumble. So it's really just like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't actually realize that was an insensitive term. I really have great respect for everything I've heard about you and Reverend Daughter. What a beautiful title. I don't suppose there are any titles on offer beside yours. And because I always do like to support local causes and unlocal causes. I did just have a vasectomy. However, like they do have a chance of not working. So if you ever want to,
They are reversible.
yeah, they are reversible if you have need of that. And that's gonna be a fucking, what do you think, performance?
Persuasion?
I think persuasion, because this is fish being like kind of genuine, just more than usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not like pretending to be someone else or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, you poor thing. Wait, there's advantage.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Ah, you worst thing. It's okay. We didn't really want it to go well, did we? That's 9.
Well, I'm gonna take this, Patrick, and you'll tell me if it's right. That Kelly's going to look at Gladly and be like, "Is this guy fucking for real?" And then see like being like, and being like, "Oh, it's a joke. I don't like that joke, but okay,
Yeah.
that's better."
I don't think you like take it badly. But there is kind of like I think a 9 with charmed is enough to be like your inherent disgust at being like, do you want to have kids with me, stranger I've never talked to? Your inherent disgust is diminished enough that you're like, oh, that could be a joke.
Yeah. Kelly tilts her head and says,
Well, the intelligence we're looking for on offer would include people who would instinctively know that cultist would be an insensitive term, so unfortunately, no openings for you.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, maybe you're pretty. No, they didn't say Russo. Damn. But like, maybe one with less discerning tastes. I totally understand how you would have that, like, very, beautiful genes that you'd want to preserve. I guess I'm just not that style.
Callie looks them up and down and goes, I haven't seen anything impressive yet.
Yes.
Yes, apparently we're to be partners.
May, you shouldn't have.
I'm beginning to wonder if I should have actually at all.
May's like, I mean, the fucking flirting is very funny, but this is not going the way I expected it to.
No, May is like, this is funny, but like, this is the worst I've ever seen them perform in this context.
Yeah. Yeah, not my best. I think Joe took it out of me, honestly. Like, he's gone, but he'll be back. Do you want me to still go through with that, by the way? Are we still, are we on?
Yes, I think we're on. Okay, can't.
Am I sleeping
Nothing,
with Jaw? Just yes or no? Is that part
is that
of the
what
plan?
she's asking?
Yeah, am I sleeping?
Oh!
Do I do that as part of the plan?
Yeah, Gladly's like, I mean, if you think it will help.
It fucking might. Like, you know, rolls over like a dog. Not quite like your dog, but, you know.
My dog is exceptionally well trained.
Callie goes, y'all are gross.
I don't want to be here, actually.
This is not what I signed up for in capers.
Reverend Mother, have you met the dog in question?
Oh, yes, I have known Mr. Syndrome for, 17 years now?
My goodness, how time flies.
Yeah, I would say, like, it'd be around that time for me too, you know, like, that's kind of funny. Yeah, met him when, like, met him when I met May, actually. We were doing a whole dig thing. Oh, yeah. A bunch of...
I'm going to roll insight with it.
Gladly's eyes are flicking back and forth with two of them. She is, like, clearly fucking delighted by this whole bullshit.
Yeah, but they keep going. You know, total, some other people on the team, but total losers, fucking ex of mine, fucking friend. I don't know, she went and got married to some asshole or his sister. I don't know. And then, you wouldn't believe it, this cloaked figure, all in black, like, not a necromancer like you, like an uncool one.
That's a dirty 20, so I would say it doesn't. It's not at the beginning of the sentence. It should have been. It's towards, like, getting towards, like, aisle, and that she's like, oh, fuck you, Professor Gladly. Fuck off. Are you fucking kidding me? Them?
Did you not... Is this not obvious? Did you really not recognize them?
May?
I've fucking seen them in nearly 20 fucking years. They've gotten rid of all of the fucking scribbles. No, of course I didn't. You.
How about can they recognize, like, the shrill voice? the shrill
I'm sure Cal said "fuck you" to me many times during the ruins.
Yeah.
And so it's totally
You need to
scandalized.
sort through your compendium
are
of women that have
thinking
said
of it,
"fuck
or-
you" in your presence. So yeah.
And
I
so-
would say give a history or insight check with advantage.
Yeah. Oh, and you messaged me. I know. I already figured it out. I already figured that out. And I was very excited too. It wasn't that 20. So,
Instantly.
So late.
yeah.
Instantly. Oh, fuck you. That exact tone. You are such an expert in women telling you specifically to fuck off. You know that instantly. There are a lot of your exes. You'd be able to tell the difference between your exes, like if they were behind closed doors, depending on how they cursed you out.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah's pretty distinctive. But
Sarah doesn't
Sarah-
curse you out. Sarah just shoots through the door.
that is distinctive. And Fish is like scandalized. He goes, Jenny, Colligenous?
Present.
Oh. Hey, I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Get in line.
Wow, really? That's what you had going on under there the whole time then? Yep. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help.
Oh, I don't know. I'm rather enjoying this hole that you've dug for yourself. How's the view from down there?
Is this even? Was that all bullshit? Was this just a fucking setup?
No, contrary to your popular belief, Shepard, the world doesn't revolve around you, especially not mine. No, I've asked you over here because actually I do think that we all have a lot to offer each other in this situation. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it seems as if I'm the only one who can behave like an adult and put the past behind us in order to move forward and make brave new gains, as it were.
Okay.
You
the heist is
ambushed
on.
us.
Oh, I didn't ambush you. You came to me, actually, if I remember correctly.
Because your dog fetched me. I will say,
Mr. Drum, he would never.
I'm
He's
actually
good.
yelling.
No.
Callie is probably whisper yelling.
Yeah.
I think at this conversation, May has been able to like look over the two of their shoulders at where Drum is. As soon as it was like, "I'll kill you, May," he like subtly moved quite a bit closer, and then as things started to settle down, he like drifted away, and then so it's like, "Drum came and got me." You all just like turn around. Drum's just like reading a plaque in the gallery, like decently far away from you. Nothing to do with what's going on.
Yeah.
Absolutely blameless.
Okay, let's start this one over. I am not Dr. Edwin Gar. It's me, Fish. You remember me.
But the doctorate is.
The doctorate is real.
The glasses are not.
The glasses are not. Nice to work with you again.
The jury's still out on that. I'll reintroduce myself. Formerly, cleric Glitinous Denier. Did not expect to ever see you again, Fish. I will be honest.
God, it has been a long time. I mean, me neither for you. Not that I ever really saw you in the first place, and what a shame. Okay, I'll
Isn't she
stop.
stunning?
Yeah, don't. Yeah. It was a joke what I was saying before. It I mean, you remember I was always saying the jokes.
The contempt is exactly what I remember. Yeah, that's correct.
Cool.
Well, I'm sure we can all
you-
agree. So you go,
Sorry.
you go on, Ink.
Oh yeah, you were really shy, weren't you? So like, I guess the rock would be good for you. Yeah, okay, I think we can do this.
Cal's fully sulking.
I think Gladly has firstly never wanted a cigarette more badly in her life. This is such a
Just steal
What
one from another guest. I
Yeah.
do this more than you.
Yeah, somebody's smoking, just looking at a painting next to you. You're like, "Thank you."
Let's
didn't
be so
expect
honest.
any of this, but what
Let
a
us be
lovely
so honest.
surprise. Yeah.
She does this, and Drum comes over.
Yeah, you know what?
Hey, Gladly hasn't smoked in like 10 years. It's just,
Yeah.
oop.
But he's got one ready.
Yeah.
He buys a fresh
Um,
pack every month, so they're not stale.
Yeah.
It just goes unopened.
I think somewhat satisfied that there's a stability, a reluctant peace has been broken. Gladly is going to beckon them closer and lower her voice and outline what she noticed of the security, concluding that, when it's in transit is the best time, which is ideally where Cal will come in. But worst comes to worst, we can sneak into the vault.
I like the vault because we got to update those replicas.
Yes, I'm inclined to say the same. As frustrating as shoot for perfection and only land in glorious adequacy, yes, that may be the way to go if we can't fix it adequately enough.
Sorry, one moment. You came in with this plan. You already came in with replicas, and you had... What, did the necromancer you were bringing in die?
Oh, we didn't know if there was much point in going for stealth. Or a specialist. We are quite good at what we do. But I did know that you would be here, and I thought you may be open to working alongside us, and it
You
turns out
knew
we
she
need
was
you.
gonna be here and you didn't fucking tell me?
I mean, it wasn't exactly a secret, Fish. I
You
do
know
keep
I
up with
don't-
the news.
I don't, and you know this about me.
I
You
also
weaponized my ignorance against me.
Gladly kind of looks at them and is like, I also didn't think this would be a problem after 17 years because we've all moved on with our lives.
Absolutely, and I have had many a beautiful blonde in my life, and there'll be another. Not this one.
Certainly not. Do you keep creepy little files on all of us? Everybody from the Sanctuary? I remember Jaw from the Sanctuary. Didn't interact with him very much, but I do remember him. Do you just keep little CTVs on all of us? Keep us around in our lives? I thought Isle was dead. Do you have her living in your backyard? Just
I
curious.
would never have Isle living in my
Straightens
backyard.
out
She
the
can't
jacket.
control her bowels for nothing.
Yes.
I like my backyard manicured.
Isle, you know what? Isle hasn't been seen in 17 years. There are mysterious popes in Blackley's house.
Yeah. But still, I want to have my joke of just doing this to the jacket. That's it.
Gladly says, I do this wonderful little thing, reading the news and talking to people.
I read the news once. It was last year. They landed on
And I
the
was
moon.
so proud of you. They did. Wasn't that
They did.
fascinating?
It was good.
Some people don't believe that.
Fish, I need to let you know for the record, I went off-grid. Nobody knows me from my previous life. I faked my death. I had tractated the Sanctuary, covered that all up. She tracked me down.
I know, you place rather too much importance in yourself. I was simply interested in the burgeoning new necromantic religion. And I thought I'd look out.
Merry
and
coincidence.
the world is full of them. And, oh yes, Fish, I was going to say, you absolutely, if you need that new accountant you mentioned, highly recommend Tractate. The man is a whiz with finding loopholes around tax that I frankly didn't think were possible.
I'm trying to remember this guy and I just don't, so probably not worth it.
Not a tax, but that's neither here nor there. So is this all together somewhat competently?
Kelly's not even paying attention. She's like, Metal's pregnant. Am I going to find her somewhere doing some sort of distraction?
No, lost touch with Metal once she joined those goddamn anchorages.
Oh yes,
But,
Metal is.
She's due with her 6.
Yes, I'm aware. I would say poor thing, but well,
okay. Vish, straightens themselves out and goes, Collision is like, sorry, Reverend
Dawson.
Cleric. Yeah, Reverend Cleric Daughter. I apologize for being myself. Let's work together on this one, hey? We'll all get something out of it.
I have to go with the unearned optimism that you have grown up in nearly 2 decades. So fine. And she holds her hand out to shake.
Oh, yeah, shakes her hand.
There is like a little bit of a like reluctance to let go, and then maybe she does a full Darcy flex. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And it is at this point that Charmed wears off, and she goes, "What the fuck?"
At this point, Gladly says, "Now, can I leave you two alone just for a couple of seconds? I need to go update Mr. Drum the situation so he isn't, wandering around, yapping, and so on." And then it's just gonna,
Goes back, turns around, Fish is on the floor.
Family Guy pose, dead.
Yeah.
Like, he's gone.
Yeah.
When Gladly leaves, Callie doesn't say anything, but it's just like staring at Fish, just like trying to like mentally add the tattoos back. And like we've talked before that Cal's vision in the veil was not particularly good, and I thought it was funny if she just didn't really know what her friends' faces looked like. So it's just like I'm trying to square this back up with the blurry smudge I'm used to.
Okay, then before we go over to Gladly and Drum talking, Fish goes, "Hold on, maybe this will help," and like, covers side of their face, and mask of many faces, undisguises self, tattoos back on face, and then goes, "Eh? Eh?"
Yeah, that does help. More familiar.
Yeah.
Did Fish get any new ones since?
Not on their face.
Yeah. She does. It's a useful tool.
Go
You should have had that
downstairs,
back
though.
then. Yeah, I want to.
Since, we're really going in hard with all these jokes, they have a Jacob's ladder.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's a dick piercing, don't Yeah, and then they go, "Yeah, see, it's all fine, and I am a little bit more disguised self back to no tattoos. I'm all grown up. You don't have to worry. Like, it's just a joke. Like,
I'll try to find some faith in that. Otherwise.
And where would you be without faith, huh? Little nun you are?
Not much of a nun anymore.
No?
No.
Proud of you. Proud of you. Okay. The end of our scene.
Yeah, still sizing them up.
I was like, Fish, I've seen more penises than you have.
A lot more.
Oh, really? Well, it's a high number, so...
We'll compare notes next time. Get out the spreadsheet. While May heads over to talk with Drum, as she approaches, she realizes that he has positioned himself in such a way to keep an eye on the room where she is and where she's talking, but also look into the foyer and therefore be able to keep an eye on other people, including Jaw. And as he steps up, as you step up, he says, "It's hard to read lips from this far away, but based on what I'm seeing, I believe there will be a no for the special viewing, ma'am."
May Gladly is also going to take a look, and May Gladly can read lips quite easily as part of a feat she took. Yeah, if I can see a creature's mouth while it's speaking a language I understand, I can interpret what it's saying. Does not list a distance.
As you look out in the crowd, do you see that that Jaw is speaking to Deuce? Do you want to and Jaw has like their back to you. You can see
Okay.
Deuce in his mouth. Do you want to focus on them, or is there anyone else? Like scan over the crowd to look for hot goss.
Well, now that you've presented me with the option, sure.
Okay.
Is
then
there
give me
anyone of note?
Then give me a perception check.
Can I do investigation? Because I'm actively looking.
Yes.
I'm investigating? Yeah. That's a 25.
With a 25, you look over and see Corval saying, "No, enjoy the party. We'll just put it away. We'll invite them back another day."
I don't trust that skank.
Just like essentially not like no, but like not tonight. But if you want to show them your notes or whatever, that's up to you. While you're seeing that, and you're like, okay, looks like it's a no. You kind of like scan over the room, and then you read somebody's lips, and it's like, my brother, with my brother, and you're like, oh, hold on. Nice. Yeah, as you scan the room, a couple of things where it's like you see like, oh, okay, these two sorcerers have a really close business relationship I've been keeping an eye on. Oh, they are putting on a happy face, but one is straight up cursing the other out. I will make a mental note of that for later. A lot of like those things of like picking apart relationships between people as you're looking for the the people speaking. You see a woman who you vaguely recognize lean in to someone you recognize as a higher up in the English sanctuary and whisper something very sexual in his ear that I'm not going to repeat here. And they immediately start moving towards the upstairs. So maybe that's a potential distraction down the line. Something that you can take advantage of. This minister has disappeared. Let's start a manhunt for him or something. Just a lot of like relationships, a lot of scandals. Yeah, there is a man that you are that you're seeing, and you're just kind of getting the like. You're kind of getting like the edges of the mouth. They're kind of like side on to you. But you see a very kind of like jolly looking man, like laughing and smiling, talking to a man kind of smirking. With a gloved right hand, as you recognize Saracen Rue talking with the former general, and as you read the lips as he leads it, it's like, ha 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 ha. If you don't leave now, I will kill you. just absolutely sitting there and pretending to be friends while threatening each other.
Potentially also something that could be a distraction later.
Correct.
Gladly looks away from this tableau back to Drum and says, it's such a shame that your ability to read lips is so minimal. Perhaps you should become better acquainted with mine?
I'm sure someone offers a correspondence course.
Gladly laughs at that. She's, you're in a good mood tonight, Mr. Drum. But I'll have to ask you to keep it on ice, lest you distract me. I'm somewhat concerned that Fish and Shepherd may come to blows. So if you could be prepared to, I don't know, get in there and rest them apart, whatever it is that I pay you for.
Of course.
But we do have an idea of what to do next. And she tells him about the security, about how they're in a dream world. It would be while it's in transit, but they might have to do the vault because they have to update their bits. And then basically is like, we need to find the best way. Like, we need to get an idea of where they're going, where a good entry point might be, where the vault is. We need to get the lay of the land.
Mm-hmm.
Which I imagine she would have tried to do before they got there, like blueprints and stuff. Whether or not
I do think you were able to bribe someone to get old plans of the house that are like not necessarily up to date, but are like absolutely good enough to give you the general floor plan and know how to navigate even the back rooms you haven't been in. Who knows what like security barriers you will run up against in doing that, but. If Jaw is going to show you his notes, that's probably going to take you into more private areas. That may be a way to kind of get back there and get a lay of the land.
Yeah.
With this interaction here, you're going to take a short pause. The music we're listening to in the background is a 14-minute song from the best-selling album that was released like 6 months before the Requiem Bowl.
Wow.
69.
Period accuracy.
And also, I discovered after I already chose it, appears in a Simpsons bit. So I found that clip and sent it to Ink mid-session.
That's great. I was talking with Ank about how I think I wasn't expecting the not recognizing each other accidental flirting, but I think that's very funny.
It is very funny. They're adorable dorks that hate each other.
Yeah. No, I'm waiting for Sinner to be like, Drum, keep them apart. And Sinner's like, I might have to for other reasons.
Yeah.
Callie is looking at Fish with the look I recognize whenever I see myself in a mirror. Horny rage, I call it.
It's an emotion I invented. And away we go. As Gladly and Drum are chatting, you can see that it looks like, not that the front doors are closed, but kind of like the security checks have wrapped up. All the guests that are going to arrive have arrived, or if they're this late, are not getting in. And because of that, the Rippers have peeled off a few of themselves and are kind of starting to head in this direction, maybe to start moving the artifacts. So you are rapidly running out of time if you're going to hit them in transit.
Okay.
And at almost the same time, Jaw is approaching to come back into the room and maybe tell you, unfortunately, no.
Okay. I think Gladly is going to get Fish's attention. Not in like a ignoring Shepherd way, just in a like, come over here. Because I think it's fair to say that Gladly has some grasp of Fish's Fish's magical abilities, in that they might have an idea, like, directionally, like what's going on.
Sure. They like made a run and go, Professor's calling. Be cool. And goes over. And is like, hey, what's up? I was just thinking that maybe if we're going through with this and she's part of it, that I would add her to the escape rope.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't want her
Alright.
letting down the team.
Yeah, no, yeah, right. Yeah, I know.
Of course.
Yeah,
You're right. You seem a little bit shaken by this whole affair.
Oh, God talked to me for a second there. That's why yeah, like
Anything useful?
It shakes a man. Oh,
Gladly's gonna roll inside. What is her inside? That's a 13.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do a deception just so that so it doesn't say on Fish's face, I was told no.
Yeah.
Fish rolls deception. Actually, I lied. She's so hot.
What did... Okay, that's a 16. What did...
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Fish had something they didn't like, but it probably maybe wasn't a no.
Yeah, I mean, they would tell me as one of their closest friends and ally if there was information I needed to know.
But just keep in mind that they were having that moment of like, I don't know if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, that's true.
Before getting completely distracted and sidelined.
Okay. I would say Gladly is now also a bit distracted. So she's just gonna forget about that. And yeah, it's basically like, the Rippers are on the way. Do you have any idea of be taking these? Blueprints
Sorry,
are not.
say again?
Oh, the Rippers are on the way, I suspect, to move on these lovely artifacts. And our blueprints are not, as you know, quite as thorough. Hoped. Any ideas?
Well, can follow, Oh, okay, question for Patrick. Describe a name or object that is familiar to you. Would the artifacts count?
What spell is this for?
Locate object.
Yeah.
Well, it does show which way, where it's gonna go.
You have studied the objects enough to become familiar enough with them for the spell, yes.
Yeah. Honestly, Fish is all in on team. Let's get into the vault. Not and already thinking up oh yeah, well, Collisionist, does shadow step and stuff. We can get in there, no problem. But yeah, so is it we're hitting them while they're moving?
I think it's less that now for Gladly, more that she wants to, if she can, scope out the actual where they're going. Is there any traps we have to worry about, etc., etc.
Okay.
Is it a long way that we got to go?
Then I think at this time would be good to do another commune with City. Would you agree with that, Patrick?
Sure.
Yeah, because that could give...
I think doing commune with City specifically while they unattach it and move it would be the most useful to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to do that. And my information that I request is a blueprint.
I want the ventilation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very well. As the Rippers enter the gallery, you can see there's a staff member with them who's just okay, everyone, head back to the party itself. We got to clear the gallery. As you have a moment before you are sort of starting to get hustled out to do any last minute things if you want. Otherwise, they're going to start taking this object.
How many Rippers are taking it?
You can see that there is one for each pedestal, which makes 3, plus a 4 and 5 that are like just supervising.
Hmm.
So like 5, but 3 have their hands full
Okay.
for at least the moment.
Mm.
Okay.
You can do it, but if you go loud, the chance of you getting caught is pretty damn high.
It's
Yeah,
best
no,
not to go loud.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
May's gladly just observing as much as she can.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will, having discussed it outside, Cal is added to Word of Recall. Just saying.
Okay. Sounds
Cinna's
good.
still not a part of it though. Which they haven't told May. They think it's going to be really funny.
Gladly
Gladly
got
would
added to
probably
the group chat. Drum has not been added.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Okay. So this is me just wanting to work things out. Can Cal do? Can she transport with Shadow Step and stuff? Other people?
Nope.
That's okay. But herself?
Yes, but hers is not anywhere near as good as Canon Cal's.
Gotcha.
That's how it used to be, where she has to use spell points to shadow walk herself.
Understood. My thinking, and I don't mind saying this but like potentially spoiling the moment, is just using Misty Escape to get into the vault where someone
Misty Escape also requires you to be able to see where you're going.
Fuck you. No.
If you if you tried to do Misty Escape like right as the door was closing, maybe you could do that and like
Yeah.
thread that
maybe.
needle, but yeah, you can't just like teleport in.
Yeah, someone has to just punch them at the right moment, and then they can go. Oh, bye. I'm just
backhands.
voicing that aloud so
Yeah.
that you guys can have a think about it. Let's proceed.
Well, what's Cal's stealth like compared to Canon Cal?
It's worse, but it's not like horrible.
It's not that bad. Yeah.
I try to maintain a decent amount of it. It kind of compensates with her level up. Like in Canon, it's +5. In this, it's +6. She still has pass without trace and such.
Yeah. Can you see my own list of spells as well?
I just want you guys to know that Cal has a +14 to medicine, and Patrick said he was going to craft the campaign to see that was actually useful, and I'm very skeptical.
And you haven't
It's
yet.
just like, it's just like when you said, "Oh yeah, don't worry, there'll be a character who speaks Russian," and he was there one time.
He was there one time. That's
He
true.
was. I'm not coming for your throat.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I know you are joking. You don't know that, like, genuinely, you are probably going to Russia in season 3.
Oh.
Yeah, I already have that. I already have that planned out.
We're gonna find Sable.
That'd be fun.
She's just gonna be gonna be on the Great Wall of China.
Yeah. Looking for
She's
a werecat.
the Huns. She's invading China.
I've got nothing that's immediately useful, especially in the context of like going down a presumably well-lit, narrow way, trying to creep up a bunch of guys. Should we maybe go with getting Jaw into a secluded area in the hopes that we can get further into the house?
Yeah, I mean, both Cal and Fish have a lot of, like manipulation spells and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
Gladly's got a couple too, so that might be useful.
when the group rejoins Callie, who has been deep in thought, she goes, "So, what happened to the lobster?"
Oh, yeah, he's still around. I got him, ready to summon. But that's if we're going in loud, you know what I'm saying? Although, it could work as a distraction.
Or if we need to cut open any particularly thick ribbons.
Or, throw them around dinner, distract people, make everyone freak out about why their plate just started running off.
I'll blow open a wall. Okay, that's fine. Then that's their own private little joke, even though it bombed.
I think Gladly just takes it seriously because she knows Omar's got the chops.
Yeah.
Yes, if we do need to blow open the vault, absolutely.
Gladly's had serious conversations with Omar. She's like, all right, you know that, it's very important for me to have all of my team have the same morale, and you're an important aspect of this, you ugly little fuck. And Omar's like, I'll cut you.
Yeah. I do think Gladly
did,
probably is aware of Omar's abilities, yes.
Yeah, did she want to speak with him?
She's just curious. She
Okay,
likes
well then-
bugs.
Fish doesn't offer to, bring him out or anything. Just is like,
She
oh,
doesn't
yeah.
say it, but she was just like, okay. She's like, I would thought you would have replaced it with a different familiar by now. You didn't seem quite, I guess, attached at the time.
Oh, well, he's useful. He comes when I calls. He's right there, and he does my bidding. And isn't that what anyone ever wants in a minion? Familiar.
Yes, I have a few of my own. As does our compatriot here.
Oh, you know it. Where do you think I learned it from?
Yes, the singular piece of advice that part of Pondfish well is that a hard man is good to find.
Yeah, and how much hard can you get than a lobster? Think about it.
Cal does not laugh.
Gladly does. Gladly hurts pity.
Gladly and Fish are like, a hard man is good to find. And Kel's like, oh god. It's so
Cal
much
looks-
worse than I remembered.
Cal looks at Gladly and is like, have you been enabling this kind of level of performance the entire time? It does not inspire confidence.
Which one? Me for her for me? Because yes.
Her for you.
We've both been enabled each other's one might say.
Does Callie need an insight check to see if that they've slept together?
I don't think that Gladly's not hiding it.
Yeah. I don't know, is Fish ashamed?
No, not ashamed, but perhaps I don't know. Do you want me to? What do you want from it? What
Yeah,
what
maybe
would you
circle
like?
back.
Yeah.
What's the answer? Okay, so actually roll.
Yeah.
Trying to get used to this +9 insight.
It's good.
That one was way easier than usual. That's 12. I feel like I've rolled a lot of 12s.
Maybe one time.
Yeah. Cal goes,
It wasn't certainly not certainly not serious, which is true. But
Yeah. They
they don't do it bi-monthly just to fuck with
wait until sinners are coming home with the groceries.
Okay, I heard the key in the lock. All right, go.
Line up. Shepard looks over Gladly, shoulder at Drum. He looks like if he could get away killing Fish, he would.
I was like, I'll interrogate Drum later. I feel like I'm gonna get the real answers there.
Oh, he'll burst into tears. Don't do that.
Poor bastard. Like he doesn't love every day of his life. Anyway, Gladly's gonna,
Sinner,
go
you
with
cry
the
when
flow.
you come. No, I come when I cry.
Just gonna ask Sinner about this, and Sinner's gonna be like, you could do worse than Fish. And Callie's like, God.
And has.
I've seen them in action.
But yeah, you were getting kind of hustled out of the room. You can take a last little look around, see what the Rippers are doing before leaving for the rest of the party. Maybe chatting with some people, maybe getting some information, maybe getting invitation back somewhere privately, whether from Jaw or from someone else. And we can see how things progress from there. You could go to the upstairs and just like cut a hole through the floor.
Callie doesn't want to be too heavily associated with Gladly, so she does hang back like a couple steps, and if Fish is walking with her, she's fine with that, but she's not trying to be like arm in arm, like it's like, yeah, I caught up with her, now I have other things to do.
Yeah, no.
She goes, I don't know you.
They're gonna stick by May's side, but like be the one, like the go-between, where it's like, oh, these two ladies vaguely know each other, but they both know this one fucker.
Cool. Can I do a butt check? Can I'm gonna roll to subtly have Callie check Fish out.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go for it. Perception.
Yeah.
Or maybe animal handling.
Yeah.
That would
You know
be for
why?
the,
'Cause she's looking at that
torso
hawk.
area.
Hey, you know what? You can use the medicine check on this.
It's a good breeding stock.
Good. Okay, that's my fucking plus 14 for a 26.
Whoa, nice.
How many? There's been like, I think we've each had a 26 today.
Well, bonuses are so good now, right? Hell yeah.
Yeah. First and foremost, these pants fit incredibly well.
Okay.
Who's the tailor?
Yeah, with a 26, what do you think about Fish?
I think Callie has, unlike Canon Cal, had a lot of experience with dating, and is
Cal fucked.
yeah, truly, and is kind of. It's very weird for her to re-examine, a man or man equivalent
Adjacent.
with the new eyes of an experienced person, and also somebody who has to think sexual thoughts in some degree, in such a like medical sense. So she, I think, is sizing Fish up and being like, shit, no, they are attractive. That means nothing though.
Who isn't attractive in this room, honestly?
Yeah.
No, and it's like,
Lots
the
of people.
jacket's too much. I want them to. It has the thought like, the jacket's too much. I want them to take the jacket off. Do I want them to take more off? I'm not examining that.
Yeah. Normal things to think.
Yeah.
And I want to say that Fish does the commune with City, like right outside the door, as much as they're allowed to linger.
Yep. No, the door
To
is
the
just kind
gallery.
of closed behind you. You get the last look of like them starting to tilt the plinths to take them away as the door's closed, and you're in the party. You can do whatever. Fish can just like circle with hors d'oeuvres and a drink or something while striking various poses and doing a commune with City.
Yeah, I guess
Ellie's
this one
watching this part and is like, why are they just staring into space?
and just with the thing and just going,
How many lobsters could I take in the fight?
this is terribly cruel, but Lobsterfish does eat lobster.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, Omar would eat a lobster too.
Yes.
He'd be like, do you want some off my plate? And Omar's like, fuck yeah, I'm the dominant species.
Well, no, it would be Omar would be like, oh, do I want some of your plate, Father? I love you.
I'll be a cannibal for you, Dad!
Never mind. Too close. Too vulnerable.
Fish goes, ew. You so gross.
Go back to your hole in the basement.
Edgar
Like
is
when
the one in the
horrible
hole.
Like when horrible teenage boys throw KFC at pigeons and go, "Oh, you're a cannibal." Does anyone else have this experience?
No, but
I have
that
seen
makes
it before,
sense
yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
It's like you're the one who's.
As you kind of commune with this building and your surroundings, and Cal goes, "That's a nice butt. Some nice tailoring. That's a nice butt and a nice tailor." What you end up feeling is, as you focus on sort of the layout of the walls, you get the sense of the building talking to you, like age in a way. Of you get a sense of the age of the walls. There's a little bit of like translation you have to do in your own head to get like the floor plan, but you're like, okay, since the blueprints that May stole, this wall has been added, this wall has been added to turn this into a smaller room, and then this is here and this is here. With that, you think that the newest renovations, there is some renovations upstairs, and directly below those new renovations upstairs are more new renovations downstairs in the private area where you felt that power surge before. And you feel kind of like the absence as the plinths are disconnected and that power disappears, as they are temporarily kind of like disconnected from the house and therefore outside of your view.
Okay. May I make a roll, please?
Yeah. What would you like to roll?
Investigation for like as close to like a little private secret area to start to break our way into there.
Yep, you got it.
Just thank you.
Yeah.
21.
Okay. With a 21, you think...
Ellie, don't nod. I rolled a 10. Like, it could have been better.
Yeah, you've all got good skills now. With a 21, you think that whatever renovations were made in this area that you think is probably the vault, or at least the area around where the vault is, you think that essentially upstairs was a renovation to like fit things. You know, like they had to open the floor of the second floor to like fit in security features and then go back and fix it. And you do wonder if maybe there is still like a weakness there or a way in that area, you know, a joist that didn't get put back or something like that, a way to exploit that to get into the private areas near the vault. You haven't really spent any time exploring the upstairs, but it doesn't seem like super close to the stair landings. So finding someone in there in that area would be kind of random. Compared to that, if you go past the gallery through the locked and sealed doors is kind of like the private studies and workshops and things. That is probably where you can get Jaw to lead you, and that takes you closer to the vault. Or on the other side of the house, past like the ballroom where people are dancing and like where the grand mages and elders are and all like that stuff, there is a entrance that you think, at least by layout, it makes sense to go to like the bedrooms. And you think if like this kind of private like bedroom, like not for guests, like master bed, master bath kind of area, you think there is probably either a door or like a connecting wall to other private areas that you may be able to open or break through.
Yeah.
So you got kind of like three main options with different potential approaches.
Well, Fish brings them to May because she is in charge of the operation.
And May goes, dancing? Tell me more. Goes, May, heist, May.
And Fish goes, like, you have shown too much attention to your dog today. Okay, I can tell. He's got the look on his face. You don't overfeed him. Don't overfeed him.
He's gonna get fat.
Gotta treat him mean, keep him keen.
Mooney, do you have any thoughts? Thoughts and prayers to share with the rest of the team?
No, I don't really have a lot of ideas, unfortunately.
Neither do I. Shall I have Gladly roll stuff inside?
Fuck the heist, and we all get
The
drunk.
heist is aborted. We're just gonna keep fucking around.
Yeah. I mean, you can, and there could be more opportunities of being like, I'm gonna go see what Tome is up to or something, and then like maybe that opens an idea of being like, oh, we need a private conversation about a business matter. Maybe we can get Deuce to offer us a private room to speak about it or something like that. Like you can. It doesn't have to be next step is breaking in. It could be there's a step to get to breaking in.
I want us to stay together as like a group, just because I don't want to split too much, and I think, just because we have limited time. But I think maybe just like mingling, looking for clues, accepting that we are dumbasses with no clear lead.
That's okay.
Yeah, you know what? Let's have Gladly's rationale be, well, we don't want to immediately disappear right as the artifacts return to the vault. Gladly is going to suggest that we go to the ballroom and see if there's anyone of interest there, since we haven't been there yet.
Yeah, go flirt with people.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if Jor is somewhere, Fish can be like, hey, I didn't forget about you. All right, I'm just going to keep talking to Cal.
And if we happen to like end up having more dancing scenes, oh no, how awful!
Sad. Oh my god! So
Anything
sad
with that.
for Ellie's escape room birthday present. I get an escape room birthday present, not anywhere near my birthday. Is that the new tradition?
Maybe episode 200.
Ellie's like the holy shit 2 cakes, but there's like 11.
Yeah, that image of the girl like with all the
Ocean's-
cakes coming.
Yeah.
Ocean's 11. Yeah, Sabrina with the pancakes. Yeah, I like the idea that Gladly's like, we're all hot. We'll go be hot people. People will want to give us life.
Yeah.
Exactly. And she wants to do more lip reading. she wants to sneak, peep, peruse.
Eve's peeping.
Yeah, Eve's peeping. Probably because you mentioned the lip reading and this happened before. You think excuse to go into the secret rooms upstairs? Go fuck somebody. Perfect reason. But yeah, you can explore around more. See what's up. See who else is here, what else is happening. As you take a turn around the party, the opposite hallway, now that the gallery is kind of closed off while they get things situated, and then it'll open again. On the opposite side is this living room seating area. A lot of little tables and chairs. And there's a lot of sorcerers who have clearly they did their greetings to people they needed to greet, and now they're getting down to business. So there's a lot of little meetings happening in this room, and just beyond it is where you can see this sort of dancing and carousing happening a little bit, and that is the actual formal ballroom, the opposite side of the house of the gallery. As you approach this side, and you see that. Not everyone is dancing. There's certainly a lot of people standing on the sidelines, but there is sort of a slow, waltz going on. So you see, Corvaldus is taking a turn with Morwenna Crow. Dexter Vex is taking a turn with Saracen Rue and trying not to make eye contact in that it's weirdly intimate kind of way. But yes, a number of people here dancing or spending some time. This seems to be a little bit more relaxed part of the party. Yes, this is in fact Bridge Over Troubled Waters, which was released like 3 months before the Requiem Ball. I did my research. That's true, and he does listen to tons of dad music. Yeah, what would you like to do? Anyone you'd like to approach? Any opportunities you would like to try to make?
I think Gladly is going to.
I spelled ugly.
You can make a perception check.
Sorry, Ellie. I interrupted you, but it was for comedic purposes. What are you doing?
Gladly was just gonna lean over to Fish and be like, "If only there was a lovely blonde that you could ask for a dance."
This is way too serious for me, and I came in way too hard with the joke about the fertility thing. I was thinking, like, to lighten it, that I could do like a smash or pass entirely theoretically. Like, hey, how about that guy's jeans? How about that one's jeans? How about me? What do you think?
I think that sounds fantastic. I love how you're clawing out of this hole slowly, but very impressive.
Thank you, Professor.
You're so welcome, my dear clever little carp.
The cleverest in the smallest pond ever.
Your words, not mine.
I'm pretty sure you said that to me like a week ago, but okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I treat you with nothing but the highest level of respect, Fish.
Okay. So, a little bit better than a dog.
Only marginally.
Can I say Cal heard the tail end of this conversation and she goes, to clarify, me, you, every specimen on Earth, Mr. Drum.
I think Drum is like here. Drum is like right next to you.
He's not that bad. He's a great sport. Like, does the smack, and it's the same gag from season 1 where Fish like playfully hits him and is like, "Ow!"
Kelly goes, we read some of the same books. Amazing that he manages it, but
I don't know.
Riley's also kind of like a drum.
That's true. We have a book club.
Would you believe I've not even invited Fish? It's a closed club.
I do.
Excuse
I do believe
me?
it. You'd make everyone read your body as like, homework.
It's poetry.
In motion.
Read it.
I'd gladly being like, I'm not invited to the book club, and being like, what do you think, book club buddy? Should we go have a turn on the dance floor to Drum, just to gauge the reactions of both of them?
Gladly is immediately like, she's like, she was like, laughing. Isn't her fun? Immediately, like, the smile becomes forced and says, yes, Drum, that sounds like such a lovely idea. You go with dear Shepherd here and have a dance.
Is that necessary to create a distraction, ma'am?
I'll
Hence
leave
the
that
hurl.
up to you.
If there's no purpose
Visibly
to it,
displeased.
I'd rather wait.
No, I think maybe the two of you should dance. And hey, collisionist. Oh, what was it you said? Like Callie. How about we stand together and just have a survey?
Oh, a survey. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, they take up so much room on the dance floor. It'll just sort of clear it out, get us some scragglers to chat with. I like that idea, Fish.
Yeah, thank you. And also, like, I was just concerned for you and your health and safety because you can't dance with that man. You're tiny and he's huge. What kind of size kink bullshit is this?
I don't know what you think dancing entails.
I'm also intrigued to know.
Let me
Gladly has had fish yet another shovel.
No, they've already walked away. They would not fucking dare say this in front of Gladly. She'd kill them.
So, where are Cal and Fish just like fucking off and being like, oh,
You can be on the side of the dance floor.
Yeah, sidelines. Yeah.
Where the cool kids hang out.
Yeah,
Cool
they have a
kids that don't
cigarette.
want to be judged.
Being wallflowers, of which there are perks, I hear.
Apparently, your
today.
mom thinks I'm a teenage girl, Patrick.
That's fine.
I'm so
Courtney's
proud.
probably the one who got it.
I'm a teenage girl at 30 years old.
Yeah.
I hope this makes me younger.
Um,
Benjamin Button.
so
that is
is
not old.
Oh no, I don't mind being. I just think it would be funny if I Benjamin Buttoned.
Okay.
Yes. What do Drum and Gladly do?
Gladly has a rare moment of freezing up because, as we all know, she does not touch Drum if her life can, unless her life fucking depends on it.
Yep,
And the
she's all
idea of
talk.
dancing with him is extremely uncomfortable. And she is in fact going to pretend that she has barely even heard and across the room, being like, "Yes, I am investigating. Very important thing to do."
Yeah,
Okay.
Callie turns to Fish and is like, "Oh, she ran."
Didn't you guys walk away?
Yeah, they're
they
watching.
walked away to examine them, so they would have been
Yes.
like,
They walked away and then turned around immediately, like,
No, Gladly
Really?
hasn't run. She's just not doing anything. She's just standing there going, if this were in any other situation, the sort of vibe where hands behind the back, whistling as you take in the surrounds.
okay.
Sort of deal.
Callie's like, nonchalant.
Couple of seconds, and then Fish goes, "All right, they have a thing."
What thing?
She doesn't touch him
During sex?
at all.
At
No,
all,
like,
ever?
At all, ever. Yeah.
That does make the sex difficult. I've heard.
It does. Well, you would know, wouldn't you? Yeah,
I don't even have a mage hand.
I do.
Callie, not maybe aware that this is a thing that it's just so is it just a sit on opposite sides of the room while unclothed thing, or?
No, he sits clothed in the corner, and usually it's her, no clothes, someone else. Do you hear what I'm saying?
That's horrifying.
I
He's
think they
into
like
that?
it. I think it's a thing.
Suddenly,
Yes.
the setup of Elisa's bedroom that you found when she left makes a whole lot more sense.
Wow, this is the cock in action.
Mhm.
That's just, I don't know. It's like a charity case sometimes. I just want to cut his leash, let him run free. But I
He'd,
guess
he'd stand still. He'd stand still.
Run back if I let him out in the wilderness. Okay, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, truly, she's made a tremendous amount of effort to keep in contact with me business-wise. I haven't seen her in a very long time. Do you see anything of value?
Man, I have
Besides
friends. We're great friends. She's smart and talented and good at things, and I need information for my own purposes that she will give me if I'm nice to her.
We have a total equal relationship. I do things for her all the time, and every once in a while, she deigns to give me something. Equal.
Oh, Ellie, I know they don't canonically do it. This is Fish making shit up.
Yeah. No, we know. Um, as you guys are getting the sense of the surroundings, you see Jaw come into the room carrying 2 drinks. And looking around for someone. At almost the same time, Gladly, you are slightly distracted because you have very high passive perception. So you see a couple of people close to you kind of like turn and look out the window and see like soft gasps of astonishment. Like something's happening outside.
How far are we from a window? Is there something Gladly can see if she just like turns, or?
We'll walk like 2 feet. You just kind of like gotta walk and bend down a little bit.
Yeah, okay, Gladly would do that. She'll kind of like raise her brow in an obvious follow me sort of thing, and is going to peep out the window and her breast push up against the glass. Oh no.
I can't see anything. Well, you don't look with your
way.
Tip,
I think we should do like redraws over all those anime gifs with where the tits do this.
As you look outside and listen to people remarking, it's kind of dark outside, so I am going to make you roll a perception check. But you can see like figures running through kind of the woods.
Away or towards us?
Away. Sort of in an angle, not directly away, but away.
Okay, yeah, that's a 7. These tits are really in the way.
Yeah. It becomes a thing of like you're trying to distract Drum, but that also means you're not really looking. And then after like a certain point, you're like, okay, these are actually like in the way. I can't bend down properly. You don't know what is happening. You see a figure sprinting. With the moonlight and the lights from the party kind of like catching a little bit red on a hand. And behind him, there is someone who like, you can kind of like see through a little bit. Like it's making the lights flash as you run past. Like
Mr. Shutter, perhaps.
I don't know, something. There's a little bit of, there's a little bit of flicker as if a series of bones are going in front of a light. And then there are 2, what you recognize as Rippers, sprinting after the bony, maybe, figure.
So I'm imagining this as Sophie has stolen Skullduggery's shirt. It's like a fuck you.
And is just sprinting into the night, and Skullduggery is chasing after him, and 2 Rippers are trying to keep him from killing.
Exactly me.
Where there's no witnesses.
Hey, listen, that's 2 less Rippers to deal with.
Yeah.
Correct.
We go, look over there! They need help!
Yeah. Can Gladly tell if the rest of the Rippers are like, I don't know, on edge or like primed or?
There is 1 Ripper in this room that's just kind of like standing by the door to the bedrooms, the master bedrooms, and the private rooms and stuff like that on the other end of the dance hall. You can see her kind of like standing there, and then kind of like lean over and look out the window to check on things, and then standing up. I was kind of like leaning over, just like definitely like, that's not my concern. I don't need to deal with that. I am very curious how that's going to end up.
Sorry, give me a second.
Also, I just want to say, I know you're having a blast in your escape room, but we are 5 hours in now.
Yep.
Oh my god, we are, yeah. But how are you guys going?
We have food coming, so we're probably gonna exit as soon as that gets here.
You gotta eat food.
Yeah. It's probably more than 30 feet away, isn't it? This whole Benny Hill scenario.
Yes, it's more than 30 feet.
Damn. Okay. Shit, I can't think of anything to do with that, as funny as it is. It's fine if it's just a funny little bit, but yeah, I can't think of a way to really take advantage of that.
Roll credits on that.
In general, making everybody be like, "Oh my god, what's that going on?" People
Yeah,
should hang out
you
outside.
can use it
like,
as more of a distraction, get people to go outside, or like try to convince the Rippers to go after it. You know, you could use that. But yeah, I'm not sure like there's a spell that you can't do like a hold person on survive. Make Skullduggery catch him, and suddenly it does become an emergency.
How far does Mage? Hold on. Let me see.
Are they within 60 feet?
Yeah. 60 feet is let me see. Let me do some quick mental math. 60 feet is, I think, the closest someone in this scenario could be, which is most likely going to be the Rippers, not Skullduggery. But I will roll a luck check to see if in this split second, one or both of the Rippers are within 60 feet. And anybody can do whatever they want with that.
I was asking where Serpine was in 60 feet.
No, because he's the farthest away, because he's fucking booking it from Skullduggery, who's going to kill him.
Yeah, that's a real damn shame.
I mean, I do have mass suggestion. Which is, you suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two, and magically influence up to 12 creatures of your choice that you can see within range. The suggestions must be worded in such a manner to make the course of action sound reasonable.
You get that Ripper to move away from the door with that, right?
Yeah, like the idea about being like, "Oh my god, Nefarian Serpine needs help!"
Okay, it's time. I know it costs 5. I want to do it. It's time to summon the insect plague.
Okay.
Outside, so everyone's freaking out about it outside, and which they can do because
by the way, Insect Plague has a huge fucking range. You can absolutely hit everybody who's running away if you wanted
300 feet in a 20-foot sphere.
Jesus.
That would be all 4 of them.
Yes, all 4 of them. Make it an event.
What sort of insects?
Locusts, because
nice.
I've decided locusts in this moment. They could be anything, but they're just like,
It's lobsters.
Oh no, they do have to be locusts. It does say anyway.
I mean, that's flavor text. You could choose to make it something else.
Lobsters with wings.
Lobsters with wings.
Every time fish summons anything, you realize, like on a micro scale, it's just a lobster with different features.
It's taxonomically lobster.
Fish knows how to make one thing.
Yeah.
If you somehow made Mage Hand visible, you would find that it's a lobster claw.
Yeah.
God. And was the guy with lobster claws the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, no wonder. Okay. If cannon fish ever gets insect plague, they are going to be tiny seals.
That's so good.
Okay.
It's a very wet plague.
So, I want it to be over all of them.
Yep.
And each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
A creature takes 4d10 piercing damage on a failed save.
Yep.
Half as much on a successful one.
Correct. Also, because the area is lightly obscured and difficult terrain, and it is already dark, everybody who's watching this just watches the whole thing go, as all these people disappear from view, which is going to make it more of an emergency.
Also, a creature must also make this saving throw when it enters the spell's area
Yes.
for the first time, or when it ends. So as soon as they leave the swarm, they have to do this again.
Yep. But also, if they can't find their way out, you may genuinely be like killing Skullduggery pleasant.
Good. I'll do what no one ever could.
I'm loving the idea of him having to pick out locusts from his just up there.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, Valkyrie's like, what are the other? This is the worst Requiem ball you've ever been to. And Skullduggery's like, no.
Yeah. So Skullduggery just pauses for a really long moment, and then goes, "No." Okay. Constitution save against your spell save DC, which is 18, right?
18.
Okay. That is success, failure, 18. No, that'll only get you to 15. Failure. Okay.
Who succeeded? Was it Skullduggery, that bastard?
No. No, it was not.
Locust be upon you.
Yeah.
Go my scarab.
I have a red blood die, so that's Serpine. I gave Skullduggery the mixed magic die for ambidextrous, and then I gave the two Rippers random die, and one of the Rippers rolled a 11, which does not make it, and one rolled a 17, which does. With their bonus, and Skullduggery got a modified 17, which is still too low, and Serpine got a modified 3 with his -2 in Constitution.
To be fair, I feel like the Irish people are not used to locusts at this point in time.
Okay, that is, let me roll the damage on that. I need my D10s. Okay. Yeah.
Fish will watch this movie many years later and be like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I did that.
God can indeed.
Also, all of the dead men who are inside are watching this and are like, this shit's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I am not intervening.
Yeah. Because they're really bad friends who don't respect that their main guy is severely traumatized. And they ought to be there at his side. I'm not saying that we should all kill Serpine. I'm just saying that
Bit of support.
yeah.
Totally
Yeah.
Caesar.
I like to think all the dead men are like, did you do it? No, I didn't do it. What about you? Were you the one?
Rue, this is the thing that you can do that you haven't told anyone about, isn't it?
Yeah, this is your power. Somehow, you summon locusts and they tell you things.
Yeah.
That
The
is
locusts are always there. They're just invisible.
invisible. Yes.
He doesn't have to open his shirt.
That is 23 points of piercing damage to most of them, halved to 11 for one of the Rippers, and none of you can see them anymore as the locusts descend. The music comes to a grinding halt as someone screams.
Could I add a mass suggestion just for sweetness?
For the
It
lulz. I'm all for it.
It is 6 spell points, but I don't know how long we're going if I should be conservative.
How many do you have out of interest?
A lot.
That fucking scream.
That was Saracen.
Yeah. 13.
I reckon don't I don't know. I'm worried that we're gonna be in a big fuck off fight later as well.
Yeah, no, I'd save it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a distraction enough. Like, it is a legitimate thing.
Let me see
You also-
my smaller ones that
You
might
also
be
don't
helpful.
necessarily need spell points to go, oh my god, something crazy is happening out there.
You can just go, what the fuck?
Gladly's like, that's interesting. Looks at Fish.
Yeah.
Just goes.
They're like, that's a particular shade of green on the locust.
Yeah. I do think Gladly is like, I've never seen Fish do this before.
No, I don't think she has either. I think she goes, interesting. And then whirls around and goes, oh my god, what just happened? Like projecting towards the Ripper.
And Fish says to Cal, don't worry, I'll protect you.
Those damn dirty bugs won't come near you.
Callie goes,
don't worry.
Callie's like, I'd rather take my chances with the bugs.
They'll treat you well.
Callie goes, take me out for dinner? I don't know. Form a mass person to dance with?
I'll see if I can manage it.
Callie's dream boyfriend. 10,000 bugs in a trench coat.
Now, okay, sorry. Now I have to make a Rick and Morty reference. You did it to me. You did it. No, I did it. I'm sorry.
It's just like, did I see
million
Sleeping
ants?
Beauty? I'll
A
do that.
million
But with
ants.
bugs.
Yeah. It's like, what possible reference could you be making? I don't know enough about Rick and Morty. Oh, wait, yes.
Million hands.
You know what? Died too soon. Only thing he was guilty of was loyalty.
He's in another episode. I stopped watching it after season 5 finale, so I don't know shit.
But yeah, you can absolutely draw attention to the window if you want. Is that something you want to do?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna cast magic about it, but maybe Callie will be like, talking with Fish out of the corner of their mouth, and then be like, "Oh my goodness, what will we do?" And like feign like fainting or something like that.
Absolutely catches her. There's the no, I've got you.
Yeah, you will say we'll do that, so she's trying to catch the attention of like a Ripper or something like that, so she can hopefully like get these like divided.
Okay. Yes, as you okay, so you all like call attention to the window to use that as a distraction.
Yeah.
Okay. I want somebody to give me a deception check with advantage of being the person who was like, oh my god, look at that. Or persuasion, I guess, since it is a real thing that's happening.
I have
Yeah.
I have a +7 to persuasion.
Same here for both. What about you, Ink?
To persuasion, it's just 5, but deception is 10.
All right, take that deception.
Yeah.
Callie.
Fish catches Shep and is like, no!
All right, that's a 24.
Okay. With a 24, almost the entire room goes over and looks out the window, and those that don't are paying attention to the people that are looking out the window. Like, there's not enough room for them. Some people leave to go, like, get other people. Everybody is focusing on this incident as they watch a hero and villain of the war get eaten.
Fucking Benny Hill ass. Benny Hill music.
You do hear, you do see rather, 2 more Rippers rush outside
Shit.
to sort of put a stop to it, and You also see, let's say, Donegan Bane running out there going, "No, don't! Those are rare locusts! They look like lobsters! They're protected species!"
They
As
belong in a museum.
um, as this is taking a lot of focus, you look and you see the only person who could still potentially see you is the Ripper at the door. Her attention is on the windows and looking out of it. She has moved like a little bit away from her post, but it's still like standing enough in your way that you would have to do something about her. Even if it's a more pointed distraction at her, doing magic about it, something like that.
Do we come up with like a convoluted reason that Cal needs to like get some air in like an empty room, and that can be like one that's like a floor away from the treasure room?
You also have. I will be more. I will be more willing to remind you of your powers because they're also new to you. Callie does have the ability to, based on the results of a roll, just cause the Ripper to not see you and you just walk past. Or if it's going to be just her on the result of a roll, the Ripper doesn't even remember that she was in this room.
Yeah.
That could be a good one. But Fish can also just like go up and be like, "My girlfriend is so deathly afraid of insects that she might have a panic attack and die. Can we get past you, please?"
Yeah, maybe. Is that what you want to do?
That makes sense to me.
Yep. Okay then. Okay.
And I
I'm
can
taking
always
that
tweet it
24,
with a
please.
spell if I need to. Fucking go
Yeah.
ahead. God, I have so many.
Gladly's also going to use thaumaturgy to make the windows rattle in the attempt
I
to
love
draw
that.
the.
Yeah. You can draw more attention. People like call it freak out. There is this is
the Ripper up against the window.
the Ripper has like definitely moved away enough from the door that like someone very stealthy might be able to slip through, but it's close enough that somebody not stealthy would like draw attention and be able to stop them. So you can do your get help plan if you want.
I'd like to do get help.
Yeah, get help.
I am down with get help. I have reread my fucking spells, and I have enthrall, which means that the creature would be totally focused on me and would have disadvantage for perception checks to notice anybody else.
Okay, so we go up to her. Fish goes, "Ah," and Cal
That
reaches
exact
out.
noise, not words. River goes,
Cal
what?
reaches out, makes contact, does the spell, and that is the way that Megan get past.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. And May
Okay.
can be like molding earth and stuff like that to get it ready for us to come in to do like a pass without trace or something like that. And then I do have a modified memory, which maybe we can do to get Fish and Cal to get past the Ripper.
I am reminding you that insinuation. You can just say, "Hey, go over there and don't see us," and that's just one
Do I
roll
have that one?
for no spell points. Yeah, that's one of your features and talents because Callie Shepherd is multiclassed into sensitive.
Mm.
She's a little tone prodigy.
Aww. Lovely. The daughter that they never had.
Yeah. Tinnitus is dead.
Yeah.
I don't see anything about the forgetting for the insinuation.
Oh, essentially, you can include a thing about like, oh, don't remember this conversation or something, and those 8 hours won't
Okay.
remember. Afterwards, it's like, oh, do that. But you can also use insinuation with unhappen to be like, I'm giving you an order to go, like, you know, s- stand on top of the toilet in the closest bathroom or something for the next 8 hours. Also, unhappen. You don't remember me talking to you.
All right. Well, let's
That's
start with
sensitive
get
powers.
help, and then I can figure out what I'm fucking doing spell-wise.
God, that's cool. That's such a useful fucking set of spells to have.
I know. I just feel like,
I told you there was going to be a test. You had to do
Yeah.
the practice
I should have
quizzes.
done a practice quiz. Yeah. Okay. So I have So the innuation. So both of those I can do without spell points. So maybe we'll start with there, and then we can go into the spell pointy stuff.
Fish, does the 24 deception still count?
Depending on what you're trying to do. If it's involving like the windows and getting people
No,
over there,
it's
yeah.
it's a deception. They like drag Cal on over to the Ripper.
Oh
and
no, for that would be a new
Yeah.
deception roll.
a new one.
Yes. As Cal pretends to be sick, I'd say with her high medicine skills, she can pretend very accurately. Give me
Yeah,
a
it makes
deception
herself
or
very clammy, and Fish is like, Jesus.
yes.
And she do
Give
that immediately.
give a deception or performance check.
They are both the same. Why'd I roll 2 die? Why did I do that? I just did it. Sorry, I'll roll again. Okay, well, it's fair. It's bad, but it's fair. That's a 16 on, let's say, performance.
Okay. As you start dragging Callie over to the door, please, please, she's so sick. Is there anything you could do? The Ripper really quickly moves away from the door to kneel down and check her over, and you can also see is reaching for a sending stone, like to call it in for backup.
Mage
Callie's
hand
like,
flick that out of the way? Like, oh no, the wind.
Give me a
Um,
sleight of hand check.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Okay. You make it seem like it kind of like caught on a belt loop or something, but you essentially knock it out of her hand and it skitters across the floor. It's not like far away. She can go get it, but at least in this moment, she's not going to call it in. As she says, "What happened?"
Look, no. She just needs to lie down. She has a terrible anxiety, fear of all insects to the point of passing out.
I just need some more quiet where I don't get reminded of the. Don't say the word.
Yes, sorry, the nasty, nasty bugs.
Stop saying the word.
I'm sorry, honey.
Okay. Quiet.
The
Quiet.
Ripper is like, kiss her. Prove it. Prove love.
Prove your as it says quiet. Okay, quiet. She goes to like she makes like an aborted motion to like grab the sending stone that's no longer there. She's a little bit farther away, and as that does, she kind of like turns around and looks at the door she was guarding. She goes quiet. Okay. Quickly, come with me. She fully like hoists Callie up, bridal carry, and
I can do that.
bends down just a moment to pocket the stone. Goes and unlocks the door and pushes it open, and you head in. this is the start of the like private apartment, so to speak, of the manor. And the first room is not actually the bedroom; it is a small, like more normal living room. You can see a big cabinet TV in here, a radio, a bunch of records, and it's dark. All the lights are off. As she sets Callie down on the couch and says, "Okay, it should be quiet in here."
Fish kneels at her side. He's go on.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna say we can X this out if you don't think it's good, but Callie's gonna be like, "Can you fetch Professor Gladly? She has my medication."
No, I like this.
Yes, and who is Professor Gladly?
Lady with her tits out.
Okay.
That's a lot of ladies.
Yeah, but
I've
you'll
seen a
know
lot
when you
tonight.
see her. The tattoos.
Oh, and tattoos. Okay, yes, there was only one woman that had both tits out and a lot of tattoos.
She calls them tattoos.
And she's currently being stalked by a large man. So if he tries to follow, please do make sure that he cannot.
Get violent.
Do you actually say that?
Yes.
Fucking over Sinner in every universe.
As she like digests all this information, gets it really quickly. She pulls out the sending stone and goes to call again for backup. But she says, "I've got a sick guest that I have taken to the back room. If you can send someone when available to guard the ballroom," and exits really quickly. Sees May. Waves her in. As
I did cast a spell for that, but that was super fucking easy because I guess it was a good lie. So maybe we use a spell to just like send them away, modify memory, etc.
Yeah. No, don't actually make anyone chase the big guy.
In fact, defend the big guy with your life, including from the other rippers.
Yeah, we go to the other universe and get the big guy safely back.
As she waves gladly in, and Sinner goes to follow. She goes, "Sir, this is a private area."
I think Gladly's just like, that's my manservant. He can come in. He's perfectly fine.
I was told. She kind of like whispers to you. I was told that he was following you. Is this a problem?
Oh, were you? My friend has a very funny sense of.
There's no laughing matter. The woman's very sick.
Gladly's like, oh, you mean oh yeah, yes, of course. No, sorry,
You have her medication.
I absolutely do. In fact, my manservant is trained in.
Is trained in what? I'm so sorry.
Administering it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna be like trained in mouth to mouth.
That is what she said. Essentially.
I like to watch. As she seemingly a little reluctantly waves Sinner in as well, she immediately goes and stands at the door, like leading further into the apartments, and is acting as guard, but is clearly like anxious for Cal.
Wow, besties for the resties.
Evelyn?
Yeah.
How did you know my name?
The universe you went to. Yeah, Callie, like loudly enough, but still like in a weakened voice, is like, "Yeah, do you have my anxiety medication?" But she's like clammy. Her like face is like lose color, stuff like that. She can just do that again. You know, same abilities that Elise would have.
Used in a slightly different way. Elise only makes them to make herself look prettier.
Gladly is briefly taken aback before being like, well, she's good at what she does. And rushes over to Shepard's side and takes her clammy hand. Don't worry, dear. It'll be all right. I'm here now. And then in a quiet voice says, "You didn't see fit to get rid of the guard?"
Getting rid of the guard. Give it some time. We have to make it seem convincing. Witnesses, you know.
And in response to this, Fish gives Cal a kiss on the cheek and goes, "Oh, good," and then stands up and goes, "Okay, we just need some quiet time. You can just could we just have a minute?"
We have to administer the medication private location.
Oh god. Get out of here.
Unfortunately, I need to stay to secure the room and to keep guests from coming this way, especially while the door is unlocked.
Oh, well, it's just...
So insinuation doesn't have, it just has the 30 feet, and they're close enough, right?
As May is like, "Oh, Callie, are you doing okay?" Sinner much more woodenly is like, "Yes, I have your medication." Goes to pretend to go search through his pockets.
So I could
Sinner has
cast
very low charisma.
insinuation to be like, "Can you just give us a minute of privacy?" And then when they've turned around and they've already gone to open the door, cast unhappen to modify the memories of me, right? But the urge to leave through the door would still be active.
Correct.
Cool. Okay. We'll do that. Callie is going to look at the guard and be like, "I'm so sorry. Just a minute of privacy. It doesn't take a long time. I just need to slip my dress down."
Yeah, I need to make a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me do that. We'll roll with this dice. Ooh.
Worst comes to worst, that door is shut and Drum is in the room.
Yes. Unfortunately, that insinuation does not work, as with a 19 for a dirty 20. It is higher than your spell save.
Jesus fuck.
She says, as your suggestion kind of comes up against her duty and what she's being paid to do. She's like, "I really do need to guard the private areas."
In that case, Gladly says, "Oh, of course we understand. It's just could you at least turn around for a second, just for privacy?" And then looks at Drum meaningfully.
King Mage Hand shut the door.
She kind of turns slightly, so you're not directly in her eye line, but it's not turning around.
Yeah, that's all right. Because then Gladly is going to use thaumaturgy again to make it sound like a noise is coming in behind the Ripper, and then be like to Drum.
Yeah, I mean that just happens. Let me get a quick stealth check for Drum to see how unnoticed he approaches. Let's see. Bad. Okay.
Can I give would that be bless or guidance?
Guidance would probably be most appropriate in this situation. And Sinner was right next to you, so you can just reach out and touch
she
him.
reaches out, does a guidance.
Okay, so that's a D4? Yes.
I want to say for funsies, Cal's guidance means that she has to blow a kiss, so she taps her hand and does that to the back of Sinner's calf and probably gives Gladly a hernia.
Can we not?
As you do that, behind this Ripper, there is a sudden crash, and then what might be a knock at the door. There is There is a moment where she turns around fully startled and says, "Hello?" As Sinner sprints up to knock her out from behind. Um, with his with guidance, 6 in stealth, he does not get advantage on this attack. But
She's clumping.
yeah, he is clomping. He can run or he can be quiet. He can't do both. But let me see if he can take her out in a single attack. Let me see.
Choke her out.
Yeah.
I was being serious. Fish did mage hand the door shut.
Yeah, no, I believe you. There are definitely no witnesses, but potentially this woman. Okay, that is. Oh, I need to do that, which is Yes, that does that, which does that. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Because it's drum, I'm trying to be like as advantageous as possible. Try and give him the most possible damage. Yeah, that's good. That's a good way to do that. Yep. Biff that roll, and it was cocked. Okay. Definitely hits on both for that. And then much worse, but still hits. And that one is going to be... Yeah, we'll see what he does that first, because that would do the most damage. So, okay. Cool and neat. What?
I'm talking to a cat.
Oh. I'm doing math. My favorite pastime. Okay,
Protecting a cat.
and now I just need to roll damage on all of that. So that would be this plus this plus that. Okay, and do that twice. Okay.
On the topic of stopping point, may I suggest that like it's a bit of a cliffhanger where it's like, oh fuck, we got her out, just assuming
Yes.
that it works. And now
There is a
and now we
potentially,
can proceed.
depending on what happens, because of what I've already rolled, there could potentially be an even funnier cliffhanger in just a second. So I'm gonna finish rolling these,
Go
and then
on,
we'll see.
go on.
Yes, okay, that does work. With a total of 39 points of damage over the 2 attacks. Sinner comes up, immediately gets big as he sprints across the room. Clump, 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 clump. Goes in for an uppercut straight into the ribs, across the jaw, and as she reels back, bounces off the door, but reaches for her sickles, pulling them out of their holsters as she is still up. He gets right in her face and goes, and she knocks open the door with her elbow, turns and runs deeper into the apartment as she is under the frightened condition. And that is where we will end today's session with a very injured and very frightened, but also still on the loose Ripper
Yes,
within
Lindsay.
these apartments.
Bradley's like, for God's sake, man, I pay you to do one thing.
Yeah, Callie's like, I see he really excels with subtle work.
And with that, we will end today's session. See you next time.